Good morning. Fill that gap. Let's fucking go. Hmm. Yeah, I don't like being under 57.75. It's gross. I want to be perfectly honest. I already have calls on TQQQ. Had them for like 2 weeks now. It's always sketch when we open on the linchpin strike and struggle around it. Yeah, I wish we'd open lower or higher, to be honest. We were doing so good in the pre-market, too. I guess we failed the breakout at 58.30. That doesn't look great. Hey, it's doing the thing where if X, then chop. Yep. This was like the worst possible opening range. My balls deep negative 3x Tesla share position. I was loving this. Wait a second. Didn't you buy that when Tesla was like $50 lower than it is now? Password's goonsash 69420. No, it's not. I'm a stereotypical 40-year-old male. Congratulations. Just want a moon. It sounds like you're trying to blow up. Is consumer confidence at 10? Yeah. So are new home sales. And Richmond Fed. Thanks, man. I think there might be one critical difference. When I over leverage 3x indexes, I'm right. Okay. Thanks, man. What's it like being right? Not as satisfying as you would think. You could also afford to be wrong. Yep. I got out with little losses and flipped it all into 2x R2K. Godspeed, regard. Hmm. Why would Tesla be out of the Mag 7? Hmm. Actually, did it fall below AVGO? 873 billion? Ooh, it did. Yeah. They were never magnificent. That's I'm using IWM puts as a hedge for April 2nd tariff mess. Why IWM? Oh, this isn't even the right thing. Hold on. I think I'm using the wrong version. There we go. Hold on. I haven't looked at IWM this morning. Give me a second. Alternative way to hedge if you can't sell the 20. I would just define the risk some other way, like a stop. Ideally. What's a stop? Never mind. You can only lose everything you put in, Daniel. What did Oxy do this morning? That's fine. Nobody told me anything about losing money. I put 83 cents into Pengu. I'm kind of worried about it. You know, we found the most crime-riddled company in the NASDAQ, maybe, last night. Well, I found it. There's so much crime. The one true stock. It's not shrimp or Carvana. No, not Nvidia. Why would it be a stock that we've already talked about? It's a new stock. Is Signal publicly traded? It's a open source, like non-profit. Are you talking about Blue Hat? I am. Revlon didn't have any crime. That's why I didn't go to $35, which is disappointing. So get this: we found we found a Chinese company that was formerly a telecommunications company, and then started designing notable augmented reality toys like Who Needs a Spanking? When that business model also failed, they jumped over to becoming a AI driven global commodities trading platform. Hold on, it gets better. They reverse split a few days ago, 100 to 1, met the listing requirements for NASDAQ and used all their money to buy a ton of gold, like physical gold, at $1,900 an ounce. They're gonna now tokenize that gold. A literal ton of gold. Yes. I don't know anything about GME's earnings. Probably suck. But it's getting shorted a little bit this morning. Nothing major. All the rest of the signals on it still look pretty good. It's not. It's. I don't think it's like time sensitive for it to run. Yeah, no options chain. But they only have 11 million shares. How do people get away with that? I don't know. You start a business, it starts failing. You got some money, you try to pivot. AI gold? Man. Hold up. It's AI tokenized gold. No, they just bought it when gold was still at 1900. Apparently the purchase of the gold is actually legit. But they have a current market cap of what is it? Like two uh yeah, they have a current market capitalization of 11.33 million, but supposedly they own $97 million worth of gold. They bought it on January 31st. Apparently, they purchased 1 ton of gold from Rongshin Precious Metal Technology. The gold purchase deal was completed at a price of 473.70 or 65.91 per gram, 1900 per ounce. And they're now, as of the March 14th, teaming up with RWA and Axis Capital. I don't know. They're teaming up with Axis Capital to implement RWA tokenization of the gold they have. They should take that real gold and go buy fake gold and be like MSTR. That's what they're going to try to do. They're going to create infinite liquidity by tokenizing gold and making global trading more efficient. Ticker for this infinite money glitch. It's called BHAT. I have no position. I've purchased $100,000 in BHAT. No, you haven't. I received a call from the CCP. There's no options on it. How did you even find those? I was just looking at shit that had like reverse split and then met NASDAQ compliance over the last like 40 days, 45 days. Today's gonna be the worst trading day ever. Why is volatility going up? Average 12-month inflation expectations rose again from 5.8% in Feb to 6.2% in March. Jesus fucking Christ. Consumer confidence tumbled again, fell by 7.2 points in March to 92.9. Based on consumer assessment of current business and labor market conditions, decreased 3.6 points to 134.5, and the expectation index, based on consumer short-term outlook for income, business, and labor market conditions, dropped 9.6 points to 65.2, the lowest level in 12 years, and well below the threshold of 80 that usually signals a recession ahead. The cutoff date for preliminary results was March 19th, 2025. Jesus fucking Christ. It was driven by consumers over 55 years old, and to a lesser extent, those between 35 and 55. By contrast, confidence rose slightly among consumers under 35 as an uptick in their assessment of the present situation more than offset gloomier expectations. The decline was also broad-based across income groups, with the only exception being households earning more than $125,000 a year. Expectations for future finances per family declined to the lowest level since July 2022. The proportion of consumers anticipating a recession over the next 12 months remains steady at the 9-month high. Consumers also expect higher interest rates over the next 12 months. The number of them increased from 54.6% to 54.6% from 52.6%. Jesus Christ. Business conditions down. Labor market seemed fine. Nasty. Another nasty survey. The consumer is unhappy. 676,000 new houses sold. Seasonally adjusted 500,000 houses for sale. Median sales price was 414,500. No, that's not great. There's a slight uptick in month-over-month sales, but and then Richmond Fed sucked. Services revenues fell, the manufacturing index fell. Got a 6-week bill auction at 11:30, and then a 2-year note auction at 1, which will be important. U.S. intelligence report: Iran is not building nuclear weapons. The U.S. Treasury Department issues fresh sanctions for Iran. Russia is developing a new satellite meant to carry a nuclear weapon, which would have devastating consequences for the U.S. and the world. Large-scale illegal immigration has strained local and national infrastructure and resources and enabled known or suspected terrorists to cross into the U.S. Russia-Ukraine war perpetuates strategic risks to the United States of unintended escalation and potential use of nuclear weapons. Who's writing these reports now? China remains the most active and persistent cyber threat to the U.S. I thought we've had numbers that we've never seen before. Yeah, but just bad ones. The lowest number, the lowest consumer confidence in 12 years, right? And so it is a change. It is numbers we haven't seen before. Unless you're really old. I don't care what they say. You're great at reading the news tape. I can feel the emotion rolling off your tongue. Thanks, man. When remove Trump from office, I don't know. I figure he's gonna lose the billionaires a bit more money. I'm pretty sure that gooning culture is the biggest cyber threat. Were you looking at reverse split stocks to short? No. I was just looking at them. I didn't really have any plans. Alright, did you motherfuckers buy 20,000 shares of that piece of shit? What is wrong with you guys? I didn't say MOASS. I believed in peanuts since I was a young boy. Are you the only retail purchaser of the who needs a spanking AR unit? I mean, no, the company's clearly set up to allow Chinese oligarchs to move their money to the US via tokenization of blockchain tokenization of one singular gold asset. What was that other company that was remember it went from like $2 to like $5,000 a share or some bullshit. It was like a couple years ago and everyone thought it was related to GME. But HKD, yeah, it was just like a bunch of Chinese multimillionaires trying to get their money out of China. This company is set up to do something similar. You mean derivatives on tokenized gold? I caught on. I said it was a scam right from the beginning. Like all you had to do was read their financials, like 3 pages into their financials, and it was really obvious what the purpose of the company was. I literally made $1.30 on HKD and risked 800. It was awesome. Nice. I had like one call on it at one point, and I think I was up like 7 grand on the call. And by the time I had a window where the stock wasn't halted and I got to close it, I was up like $200. Profit is profit. The all-time chart on BHAT is fucked. Yep. Oh, you mean the company that like owned the Ever Given? I forget the name of it. HKD was so liquid, the bid-ask spread was 1K at one point. Why aren't we tanking? Because that's not what we're doing today. Didn't you read Pickles Picks? Oh, that's right, you can't. Because you're a freeloader. Fuck you, Rims and Tims. That hurt. You're welcome. I hope Rimson Sims is into public shaming like I am. He's just into having his girlfriend stolen from him. Didn't you say under 75 is not bullish? And we spent the first 45 minutes under 75. I said if we opened under 75, we were probably going to chop all fucking day, which is exactly what's happening. To be honest, same though. I offered you my wife many times. I'm okay, man. Thanks, though. All good. Maybe next time. Like, next wife? Or you really seemed in love. I didn't want to ruin it for you. You were like, oh my god, she has so much more money than me. Her dad, whatever. Morning, Nick. What is this gif of grape leaves? This is fantastic. What's up, dork? Wow, you say hi to Nuke. Jesus. I don't have the patience for your guys' developer egos this morning. He loves me. Dork. Win V2. Dork was mid meltdown. I see that. It's not ego, it's a competition for attention. Call a spade a spade. I'm not really into gardening. I just looked at HKG. How is that possible? They used like foreign exchange arbitrage to pump the stock. And yeah, it really did go to those prices. I forget the exact mechanism they used, but it was like they were like issuing shares in one currency on one exchange and then like resolving the arbitrage on the US exchange and then selling the shares. The entire way down was just halts. Like they would just sell off until it halted and then stack up a bunch of sell orders and then rinse and repeat until they got all their money out. It was hard to profit off of it, but some people did. I mean, by buying it, you were effectively providing them liquidity to launder their money. Can you use dev instance today? Yeah, sure. I have it right here. I'm gonna go look at GMA because I know you fixed the candles and they're super sexy now. Huh. Gary, Gary Gensler made sure to classify XRP as a security and then really crack down on abuse and fraud that affected retail. I remember that. They also promised blocks of shares to American brokers and never delivered them, even though the brokers sold them to early buyers. Yep. Live Senate hearing about the signal scandal. Oh, okay. I actually want to see that. That sounds funny as fuck. Where is it?
But so often that trust is now breaking literally overnight. Yet suddenly, for no reason that I can understand, the United States is starting to act like our adversaries are our friends. Voting in the UN with Russia, Belarus, North Korea, that's a rogues gallery if you've ever heard of them. Treating our allies like adversaries, whether it's threats to take over Greenland or over the Panama Canal. To kick Canada out of the Five Eyes. Enormously. I believe, enormously undermine the problems. Who I believe, and I think most of us on this committee, regardless of party beliefs, makes our country safer and stronger. But how can our allies ever trust us as the kind of partner we used to be? Or how can our allies not only not trust our government, but potentially not our businesses? As a result of a lot of work from this committee and others in Congress, we made sure America's commercial space wave across all the commercial space, and frankly, not just commercial space. Government or foreign business with the ability to have that taken down so arbitrarily. And it's not just in the case of commercial space. We've seen that Canada, Germany, Portugal have all been saying they're rethinking buying F-35s. I've heard from Microsoft and Google directly and Amazon that they're having questions about whether they can still sell their services. We've also seen foreign adversaries and friends take advantage of this rift in our national security areas and our scientists. Germany has already put out ads trying to attract some of our best scientists who've been rifted.
If we break
And
up here, we can push out
the Chinese
to
intelligence agencies
5,800.
are posting on social media sites in the hopes of luring individuals with that national security clearance.
This is
who've been
the
pushed out,
national
perhaps
security
arbitrarily,
hearing over
to come into their service.
Hegseth
So no,
inviting the press
signal
into a signal
is
group
not
chat
a
where they were
one-off.
discussing
It is unfortunately a pattern we're seeing.
like
too
U.S.
often.
military operations.
I fear that we feel the erosion of trust from our workplace, from our companies, and from our allies and partners can't be put back in the bottle overnight. Make no mistake,
Yeah, the Delta
these
flip's a little
actions make
different.
America less safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I turn to the witnesses hearing, I want to welcome everyone in our large audience today. I also want to note that we will not tolerate any disruptions of the witnesses' testimony or senators' questions and the witnesses' answers. You'll note that we have a large contingent of Capitol Police in the room. Any disruptions, either opposed or in favor.
The journalist
to the
thinks a big
witnesses
headline, but every
will
aspect of
result
it
in prompt
violates how they're
removal
supposed to be
from the hearing
conducting
room.
discussions.
My encouragement to the U.S. attorney
security-wise.
to throw
Yeah.
a book at the person disrupting the hearing. No offense, but we all came to hear the witnesses, no one else in the room. Director Gabbard, I understand you'll make a statement for the panel of witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity for us to be here to present you the intelligence community's 2025 annual threat assessment. I'm joined here this morning by my colleagues from the CIA, DIA, FBI, and NSA. Our testimony offers the collective assessment of the 18 U.S. intelligence elements making up the U.S. Intel community and draws on intelligence collection and information available to the IC from open source and private sector and the expertise of our analysts. This report evaluates what the IC assesses most threatens our people and our nation's ability to live in a peaceful, free, secure, and prosperous society. As you know, we face an increasingly complex threat environment that is threatening us here at home and our interests abroad. I'll begin by focusing on what most immediately and directly threatens the United States and the well-being of the American people. Non-state criminal groups and terrorists putting American lives and livelihood at risk. Then I'll focus on the key nation states who have the capability to threaten the interests of the United States. In this complex environment, non-state and state actors are able to exploit or take advantage of the effects of each other's activities. Conventional and asymmetrical capabilities, even the traditionally weakest of actors are able to acquire from available advanced technologies, creates an even more complex and serious threat landscape. First, I'll highlight the threats presented by several non-state actors. Cartels, gangs,
This does
and
sound
other
like she used
transnational criminal
ChatGPT to write
organizations in
it.
our part of the world are engaging in a wide array of illicit activity, from narcotics trafficking to money laundering to smuggling of illegal immigrants and human trafficking, which endanger the health, welfare, and safety of everyday Americans. Based on the latest reporting available for a year-long period ending October 2024, cartels were largely responsible for the deaths of more than 54,000 U.S. citizens from synthetic opioids. Mexico-based transnational criminal organizations, or TCOs, are the main suppliers of illicit fentanyl to the U.S. market and are adapting to enforcement and regulatory pressures by using multiple sources and methods to procure precursor chemicals and equipment, primarily from China and India, many of which are dual-use chemicals used in legitimate industries. Independent fentanyl producers are also increasingly fragmenting the drug trade in Mexico. The availability of precursor chemicals and ease of making illicit fentanyl have enabled independent actors to increase illicit fentanyl production and smuggling operations in Mexico. Cartels are profiting from human trafficking and have likely facilitated more than 2 million illegal immigrants encountered by law enforcement at the U.S. southwest border in 2024 alone, straining our vital resources and putting the American people at risk. Criminal groups drive much of the unrest and lawlessness in the Western Hemisphere. They also engage in extortion, weapons and human smuggling, and other illicit and dangerous revenue-seeking operations, including kidnappings for ransom, forced labor, and sex trafficking. These and other human traffickers exploit vulnerable individuals and groups by promising well-paying jobs while confiscating their identification documents. They operate in the shadows, exploiting lawlessness in various areas and using coercion and intimidation to control their victims. While these key drivers of migrants are expected to persist, heightened U.S. border security enforcement and deportations under the Trump administration are proving to serve as a deterrent for migrants seeking to illegally cross U.S. borders. U.S. Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border in January 2025 dropped 85% from the same period in 2024. Transnational Islamist extremists such as ISIS and Al-Qaeda and affiliated jihadi groups continue to pursue, enable, or inspire attacks against the United States and our citizens abroad and within the homeland to advance their ultimate objective of establishing a global Islamist caliphate. This includes heightened efforts to spread their ideology to recruit and radicalize individuals in the U.S. and the West. While the New Year's Day attacker in New Orleans had no known direct contact with ISIS terrorists, he was influenced and radicalized by ISIS ideological propaganda, as one example. Al-Qaeda and its affiliates continue to call for attacks against the United States as they conduct attacks overseas. These jihadist groups have shown their ability to adapt and evolve, including using new technologies and tactics to spread their ideology and recruit new followers. A range of non-state cyber criminals are also targeting our economic interests, critical infrastructure, and advanced commercial capability for extortion, other coercive pursuits, and financial gain. These actors use a variety of tactics, including phishing, ransomware, and denial of service attacks, to disrupt our systems and steal sensitive and lucrative information using available technologies and U.S. cyber vulnerabilities. Ransomware actors last year, for example, attacked the largest payment processor for U.S. healthcare institutions. And another set of criminal actors conducted cyber attacks against U.S. water utilities. Some of these non-state cyber actors also operate as proxies for or emulate similar activities carried out by major state actors. While these non-state cyber actors often seek financial and intellectual property gains, they also carry out cyber operations for espionage purposes, targeting our critical infrastructure. Turning to key state actors, the IC sees China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea engaging in activities that could challenge U.S. capabilities and interests, especially related to our security and economy. These actors are in some cases working together in different areas to target U.S. interests and to protect themselves from U.S. sanctions. At this point, the IC assesses that China is our most capable strategic competitor. Under the leadership of President Xi Jinping, the People's Republic of China seeks to position itself as a leading power on the world stage, economically, technologically, and militarily. Beijing is driven in part by a belief that Washington is pursuing a broad effort to contain China's rise and undermine CCP rule. China's most serious domestic challenge is probably China's slowing economy and potential instability if socioeconomic grievances lead to large-scale unrest. Growing economic tensions with the United States and other countries could also weigh on
these political
China's plans for
presentations
economic
coming
growth
from?
and domestic
Were
job
these conferences
creation.
going on the last 4
China's
years?
military
Yeah,
is fielding advanced
a lot of them
capabilities,
weren't
including hypersonic
televised.
weapons, stealth aircraft,
And then
advanced
also
submarines, stronger space and
effect of
cyber warfare assets,
Political
and a larger
statements on
arsenal of
markets
nuclear
was
weapons.
significantly lower
While it
over
would
the
like to
last 4
develop and
years.
maintain positive ties
It's
with
almost
the United States and the
non-existent,
Trump
except for
administration to
JPOW.
advance its interests and
There were a
and
couple
avoid
things
conflict.
that we had to watch, but
China is building its
most
military
of that was like
capability in part
during the
to gain advantage in the
Russia-Ukraine
event of a
invasion.
military conflict with the United States around the issue of China's efforts toward unification with the Republic of China, or Taiwan. China's military
Polish
is also expanding
missiles,
its presence in the Asia-Pacific
But we didn't
region
watch-
with a focus
we didn't
on
watch a
disputed
congressional
territorial
hearing on
claims
that.
in both the East China and South China Seas. Beijing is advancing its cyber capabilities for
I'm confused and angered that Tulsi presents as the most competent of the Trump admin. Isn't she like a crazy conspiracy theorist?
Additional asymmetric
Like
attack
one of
options
like
that may be
hardcore
deployed in a
QAnon
conflict.
weirdo?
China's cyber activities have been linked to multiple high-profile breaches, including last year's massive compromise of U.S. telecom infrastructure, commonly referred to as Salt Typhoon. Beijing currently dominates global markets. And
super hard. All I remember is like back when she was what, like a Democrat.
Critical minerals.
She was like going on about
China
like U.S.
imposed an
biological
export ban to the
warfare
United States on
installations in the
gallium,
Ukraine.
germanium, and antimony, all of which are important to the production of semiconductors and our
She's a
defense
Republican
technologies.
now.
This was in direct response to U.S. export
She
controls
used
on
to be a
chips designed
Democrat.
to broadly limit PRC access to
And it's not like
advanced chips
liberals
and
can't be
chipmaking
fucking
equipment.
crazy too.
China also aims to compete in other critical global industries, including AI, legacy semiconductor chip production, biomanufacturing and genetic sequencing, and medical and pharmaceutical supply production. Leveraging often heavily state-subsidized production at greater scale, lower costs, and weaker regulatory standards than required in the West, Beijing's strategy has given it a leading
It was like
position in many
2020 she
parts
was
of
in
these
the
sectors
Democratic
and supply
primary,
chains
right?
that support them.
And then she
In
hard pivoted
2023,
to
for example,
Trump.
China had 5 first-in-class domestic drug approvals and 3 FDA approvals.
I remember she like tried to sue Hillary
Turning to
Clinton for
Russia.
calling her a
Russia's
Russian
nuclear
asset.
and conventional military capabilities, along with its demonstrated economic and military resilience, make it a formidable competitor. Moscow has more nuclear weapons than any other nation that could inflict catastrophic damage on the United States.
She was on the
and
no-fly
world
list.
in the event of a major war that Russian leaders feared put them and their regime at serious risk. In late 2024, Russia announced updates to its public nuclear doctrine, expanding the conditions under which Russia would consider using nuclear weapons. Russia is building a more modern and survivable nuclear force designed to circumvent U.S. missile defense through reliable retaliatory strike potential. Russia intends to deter the U.S. by holding both the U.S. homeland at risk and by having the capabilities to threaten nuclear war in a conflict. Russia's developed advanced cyber capabilities and has attempted to pre-position access to U.S. critical infrastructure for asymmetric options and make it a persistent cyber threat. Russia's cyber activities have been linked to multiple high-profile breaches, including the 2023 hack of Microsoft. Russia is also fielding new capabilities and anti-satellite weapons meant to degrade U.S. and allied space infrastructure. Among Russia's most concerning developments is a new satellite intended to carry a nuclear weapon as an anti-satellite weapon, violating long-standing international law against such activity and putting the U.S. and global economy at risk. Iran continues to seek expansion of its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict. Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs, including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region. Tehran has shown a willingness to use these weapons, including during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024. Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons. Iran will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorists and militant actors as its axis of resistance. Although weakened, this collection of actors still presents a wide range of threats, including to Israel's population, U.S. forces deployed in Iraq and Syria, and to U.S. and international military and commercial shipping and transit. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is pursuing stronger strategic and conventional capabilities that can target U.S. forces and allies in the region, as well as the U.S. homeland, to bolster North Korea's leverage and stature, defend its regime, and achieve at least tacit recognition as a nuclear weapons power. Kim's recently cemented strategic partnership with Russia supports these goals by providing him greater financial, military, and diplomatic support, reduced reliance on China, and providing North Korean forces and weapons systems authentic warfighting experience. Kim views his strategic weapons advances since 2019, its deepening ties with Russia, and North Korea's economic durability is strengthening his negotiating position against Washington's demands for denuclearization and lessening his need for sanctions relief. North Korea is probably prepared to conduct another nuclear test on short notice and continues to flight test its ICBMs to demonstrate their increasing capabilities as leverage in future negotiations. Since 2022, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have grown closer. Removing the accelerant of the war in Ukraine is unlikely to revert these bilateral relationships to a pre-war 2021 baseline, leaving room for new strategic priorities and world events to create new incentives or challenges to their currently high levels of cooperation. Russia has been a catalyst for much of this expanded cooperation, driven heavily by the support it has needed for its war effort against Ukraine, including protection from U.S. and Western sanctions. In addition to its exchange of military and other resource capabilities with North Korea, Russia has relied more heavily on China's financial and defense industry backing, and also has increased combined military exercises with China to signal shared fortitude against the United States and U.S. allies in the Asia-Pacific region. With Iran, Russia has also expanded financial ties to mitigate sanctions. Iran has become a critical military supplier to Russia, especially of UAVs, in exchange for Russian technical support for Iranian weapons, intelligence, and advanced cyber capabilities. In conclusion, the threats that we see to U.S. national security are both complex and multifaceted and put the lives, safety, and well-being of the American people at serious risk. As the heads of the American people's intelligence community, we will continue to provide the President, Congress, and our warfighters with timely, unbiased, relevant intelligence to keep the United States secure, free, prosperous, and at peace. To the American people specifically, our intelligence community exists to serve you and to ensure your safety, security, and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gabbard. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, the annual threat assessment for the first time lists cartels and traffickers as the very first threat. Director Patel, I'm pleased to say that the FBI's Little Rock field office has been doing its part in addressing this threat. The field office, along with other federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, have arrested nearly 300 immigrants in my state in 2025 so far. Could you provide some color about the nature of the threat these illegal immigrants have posed, not just to Arkansas, but our nation, perhaps including some of the details of the horrific offenses they've committed against the American people?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vice Chairman.
The witness will suspend. So that protester was a code pink lunatic saying the greatest threat to world peace is funding Israel.
Yeah, repeat what he said. Genius.
For the
That's how you
benefit of the
handle
audience
that.
here on television, that code pink is funded by communist China as well, which simply illustrates, speak up now if you want to be removed as well, whoever's saying that.
Government's a clown show.
If anyone else would like to join them, speak now, please, so we don't have any more disruptions. As I was saying, the fact that communist China funds Code Pink, which interrupts a hearing like this about Israel, simply illustrate Director Gabbard's point that China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and other American adversaries are working in concert to a greater degree than they ever have before. Director Patel, back to my question, could you give us some color about the threat that illegal migrants have posed, not only to my state, which has resulted in nearly 300 arrests in 2025, but also to the nation at large?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. I appreciate the time to address you all. Specifically to Arkansas, Senator, the priorities at the FBI, which I identified during my confirmation hearing and since, is attacking violent crime along with national security. And every single state in this country is a border state. Arkansas is no exception. Allow me to highlight
Can we please not listen to these clowns? You mean our entire intelligence community?
Since February 5th alone, we've had 220 illegal immigrants arrested on charges varying from violent offenses, weapons offenses, narcotics offenses, and serious violent felonies. 253 separate individuals have been charged related.
I'm trading
to
event contracts on WeBull right now, all right? I need to watch this shit.
People to hear about narcotics and countering narcotics. Thousands of pounds of narcotics were seized in these 3 weeks in the state of Arkansas. Thousands, worth tens of millions of dollars. Everything from
WeBull has
fentanyl
event contracts
to cocaine, to heroin, to marijuana, and more. And also including...
I don't think they have them on the desktop version yet.
The FBI does have the biggest footprint in Arkansas, but we could not achieve this mission without our state and local law enforcement partners, which has been one of the priorities since
what are you betting on?
At the FBI.
SPX closing above 57.85, or SPS being above 57.85 at 11
Since
o'clock.
February 5th, we've assisted with the arrest of hundreds of criminals and illegals throughout your state. And that was just a 3-week operation. Prior to that, Senator, there was a bust of 17 federal indictments relating to a meth lab in the state of Arkansas in the southwest corner of your state. All of those individuals are now facing prosecution for hundreds of pounds of illegal opioids, guns, and other illicit material. So we will continue to do that work. We will work it 7 days a week, 365 days a year, not just in your state, Mr. Chairman, but in every state.
Thank you, Director Patel. As Director Gabbard highlighted from the annual threat report, Director Ratcliffe, many, if not most, of the chemical precursors for deadly fentanyl produced by Mexican drug cartels originates in China.
No, the yellow
China,
line's just
of
bullshit.
Course, is a techno-totalitarian.
It doesn't
police
actually
state.
do anything.
They have technology to monitor their own people that Soviet Russia could have only imagined. Is there any reason, Director Ratcliffe, to believe that China could not monitor and crack down on this flow of chemical precursors to Mexico if it chose to do so?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. No, there's nothing that prevent China, the People's Republic of China, from cracking down on fentanyl precursors. As you well know, Senator, one of the reasons that they don't is that there are more than 600 PRC-related companies that produce those precursor chemicals in an industry that generates $1.5 trillion. That is one of the reasons that we see that Chinese efforts to affect the fentanyl precursors are really limited in nature and intermittent in nature, and not a dedicated effort to enforce their own laws and regulations.
They're just making assumptions. Like, it's not actually a fixed line.
Thank you,
so I can put it there, too, right?
I have many more questions I could ask, but I'm going to try to lead by example and stay within the 5 minutes.
It's just centered on the screen, and so is the price.
Everyone, there is a vote scheduled at noon. I hope to finish the open
yellow line drives engagement. Exactly.
It closes, after which time we'll move to the closed portion. The Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be happy to take your extra 13 seconds, but I want to go back to what I addressed at the outset. I mean, this was not only sloppy, it not only violated all procedures, but if this information had gotten out, American lives could have been lost. The Houthis had this information, could reposition their defensive systems. So I want to get a little more information about this. Director Gabbard, did you participate in the group chat with Secretary of Defense and other Trump senior officials discussing the Yemen war plans?
Senator, I don't want to get into the specifics.
Ma'am, were you on? You're not going to be willing to address. So you're not, are you denying, will you answer my question, ma'am? You were not TG on this group chat?
I'm not going to get into the specifics
So
of
you
the
refuse to
deliberate-
acknowledge whether you were on this group chat?
Senator, I'm not going to get into the
Why
specifics.
aren't you going to get into the specifics? Is it because it's all classified?
Because this is currently under review by the National Security
Because it's
Council.
all classified? If it's not classified, share the text now.
As the White House previously
Is it
stated,
classified or
I
non-classified
can
information on this text?
I can confirm.
Director Radcliffe, were you on the group chat?
Senator, I was on a signal messaging group.
So you were the John Radcliffe on that chat?
I was.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I provide some context, Senator, to that?
Yes, but I've got a series of questions.
Well,
Director.
but I think it's important because at the outset, you made a couple of comments about signal messaging using encrypted apps. So that we're clear, one of the first things that happened when I was confirmed as CIA director was Signal was loaded onto my computer at the CIA, as it is for most CIA officers. One of the things that I was briefed on very early, Senator, was by the CIA records management folks about the use of Signal as a permissible work use. It is. That is a practice that preceded the current administration to the Biden administration.
Director Radcliffe, I've got a series of questions. If you're making the statement, if you're making the statement, the Signal is a secure channel.
No, can I answer that? It is
I've got a series of
end-to-end decryption, so.
It is.
Pull up, the CIA director was using a platform without an ATO. Yep.
Purposes provided, Senator, that
This is a
decisions
beautiful
that are made
shit
are
show.
also
Me too.
recorded through formal channels. So those were procedures.
Fucking
that were
Bloomberg
implemented,
chat is more secure than the
my staff
CIA.
implemented those processes, followed those processes, complied with
So are
those
you saying
processes,
that-
and finally, just please. So my communications, to be clear, in a Signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful and did not include classified information.
Well, we will make
clear.
that determination, because if it's not classified, share the text with the committee. Let me go on. Director Gabbard, you are the security executive and set access guidelines for classified information. Did you contact the defense secretary or others after this specific military planning was put out and say, hey, we should be doing this in a SCIF?
There was no classified material that was shared in that
So then,
Signal
if there was no
chat.
classified material, share it with the committee.
What's an ATO? The
You can't have it both ways.
authorizations
These are
operate,
important jobs.
right?
This is our national security. Bobbing and weaving and trying to, filibuster your answer. So please answer the question. If this was Director Gabbard, if this was a rank and file intelligence officer who did this kind of careless behavior, what would you do with them?
Senator, I'll reiterate that there was no classified material that was shared in that
Ma'am, if there's no
Signal
classified in materials, share. And then if there's no classified materials, then you can't even answer the question whether you're on the chat. This is strangely familiar, and I think my colleagues will remember, when you couldn't answer the question, is Edward Snowden a traitor? Ma'am, I have serious doubts about anyway. Director Gabbard, I'm going to give you this. Tweeted just 11 days ago, and I'm quoting you. Any unauthorized release of classified information is a violation of the law and will be treated as such. So if this information is classified, what are you going to do?
Senator, 2 points here. First of all, there's a difference
Nothing.
between inadvertent release versus
Careless and sloppy.
malicious leaks of classified information. The second point is there was no classified information that was on
Then this
Signal
committee
group
should get
chat.
that information. Director
And the
Patel,
National Security
Director
Council
Patel,
has
my time's about out,
how
and I'm
this
going to use
occurred.
my 12 seconds up the chairman came. Director Patel, has the FBI launched any investigation of this?
Senator, I was just briefed about it late last night, this morning. I don't have an update.
I would like to get an answer by the end of the day.
At this point in the ordinary course of affairs, I would recognize Senator Collins. She asked me to express to you that she is under the weather this morning. She regrets her absence, but anticipates submitting written questions to which I would request your prompt replies for the senator. Senator Cornyn.
Director Gabbard, I applaud President Trump's efforts to try to bring a end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. I want to read a statement out of the annual threat assessment and just confirm that you agree with this.
Inadvertently released.
It says
The
Russia
federal
views
government
its
can't use
ongoing
systems,
war
custom,
with
or off the
Ukraine as
shelf
a
until it
proxy
receives an
conflict
ATO.
with the
Cloud-based
West
systems require FedRAMP
and its
certification
objective to
get
restore
an ATO.
Russian strength and security in its near abroad against perceived U.S. and Western encroachment has increased the risks of unintended escalation between Russia and NATO. Do you agree with that statement?
Collins just said,
And
fuck this. Maybe she was in the
annual
group
threat
chat.
assessment, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to refer to an AP story, Associated Press, dated March 21st, 2025. The title of the article is "Western
For
Officials
further
Say
context,
Russia
all of these people
is
are issued
behind a
specially
campaign of
configured and hardened
sabotage
smartphones that have
across
approved
Europe."
secure
This
communication
AP
tools.
map
There's no excuse
shows
to use Signal.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that's being made part of the record.
Without objection.
The document that AP compiled, and I presume this is through open sources, documented 59 incidents, including cyber attacks, spreading
Do you close the
propaganda,
yes/no
plotting
contract or writing
killings,
into the
or
wire?
committing acts of vandalism, arson, sabotage, or espionage. Is that consistent with your
I opened 50 more
understanding
of
and
them.
impression of what Russia's currently engaged in Europe?
Senator, I haven't seen that specific article, but I can confirm that we assess Russia's attempts to conduct such sabotage activities in Europe.
Thank you. One of the things that I'm most concerned about following some of the discussions between Russia and Ukraine and the United States and our other allies, obviously, as I said, peace between Ukraine and Russia is the desirable end state. I think you'd have to be crazy to say otherwise. But I also want to talk a little bit about the unexpected or maybe unintended consequences of European insecurity. I know the incoming Chancellor of Germany has talked about the possibility that Germany might share its nuclear weapons with Ukraine and suggested that the UK would be part of that. I know that Poland has talked about acquiring nuclear weapons, and perhaps other European countries to make up for what they view as a receding of the American umbrella of protection. General Krause, what would be the result of a proliferation of nuclear weapon-armed countries in Europe if, in fact, that would occur as a result of the perception of European insecurity?
Senator, thank you for the question. One of the things that the intelligence community works very hard on is to understand who has nuclear weapons throughout the planet. And as discussed in the opening statements, both by the chair and by Director Gabbard, the proliferation and the increase in the types and the lethality of nuclear weapons is one of the things that we have to track and we as a nation are going to have to face. It has changed dramatically in the last 5 years and will continue to change over the next 5 years. The addition of additional countries which have their own deterrence policies and will act in a nuclear dialogue, or the presence of those weapons, the security of those weapons, the movement and the threat of use of those weapons complicates the environment by which all of us will operate and will complicate all of the decisions by which all future conflict and the political decisions that we support are the decision makers.
It makes the world a more dangerous place, does it not?
Senator, yes, it does.
And just by way of history, Ukraine used to have the third largest arsenal of nuclear weapons on the planet. But as a result of negotiations between Russia and Ukraine and the United Kingdom, the Budapest Memorandum documented a commitment by Russia and the United States to protect the territorial integrity of Ukraine in exchange for them giving up their nuclear weapons. Did I correctly summarize the content of the Budapest Memorandum back in 1994?
Yes, Senator, you did, and Ukraine willingly gave up its weapons for the protection of others.
Thank you very much.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And obviously, my colleagues and I feel very strongly about the war planning meeting over unclassified phones. Obviously reckless, obviously dangerous. Both the mishandling of classified information and the deliberate destruction of federal records are potential crimes that ought to be investigated immediately. And I want to make clear that I'm of the view that there ought to be resignation, starting with the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of Defense. Director Ratcliffe and Director Gabbard, have you participated in any other group chats with senior Trump administration officials in which classified information was shared using phones that weren't cleared for such information? Question for
you know that the contracts are like
Senator, thank you for
pennies,
the question.
right?
I haven't. Your question was, have I participated in any other group chats sharing classified information? To be clear, I haven't participated in any signal group messaging that relates to any classified information at all.
Okay. Director Gabbard?
Senator, I have the same answer. I have not participated in any Signal group chat or any other chat on another app that contained any classified information.
Yeah, and I just think it's important to follow through here. Would the two of you cooperate with an audit to confirm that that is that is the case?
I have no objection.
Senator, I'll certainly comply with any follow-up that the National Security Council would deem appropriate. But again, to be clear, the use of signal message end-to-end encryption applications is permissible and was, in this case, used permissibly, at least to my understanding, and in a lawful manner.
The seriousness of this is so clear. That's why I want to have an audit, and both of you gave me an answer indicating that you would be open to that, and I appreciate it. Director Patel, you weren't in this particular group chat, but have you participated in any chats on unclassified phones with other administration officials relating to national security? And if so, on what other topics?
Thank you for your question, Senator, and not that I can recall.
Okay. Question I have for you, Director Gabbard, involves this question of Elon Musk wasn't going to see the military's China war plans because he said he, quote, has business in China and he would be susceptible perhaps to that. That was his comment. So as DNI, you're responsible for security clearance policies across the government. Under your watch, how are you going to go about carrying out this obligation? Because I think it obviously is a very significant one in terms of American national security.
Thank you, Senator. As you know, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence provides oversight over these different 18 intelligence elements. Leaders within those elements are empowered with that responsibility to uphold the trust that the American people have placed in them. In this example that you've cited, both Secretary Hegseth as well as President Trump completely denied the assertion that Elon Musk was going to receive any kind of classified war plan brief pertaining to China or any other country.
So on the question of whether the president has the prerogative to get clearances is really the area that I want to touch on, because you're formally responsible for security clearance policies, and that's why I'm asking about it. So can a president decide who gets the clearance?
Yes.
So what about your role? You're formally responsible for security clearance policies.
That is also true.
So how do we resolve it? President just gets his way.
The elected president and commander-in-chief has the authority to provide a security clearance to those who he deems necessary.
Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member, I think we have to have a further discussion on this and figure out what the ground rules, are. I think it's clear what the director says. I just think we need more clarity, because I think you have the formal responsibility for security clearances, and now we've heard that this.
It matters. There are a lot of citizens of our country right now that have much greater security in their life because of the work that you do and the people that are working around you do. So I just want to say I appreciate that for the folks in Oklahoma. They would definitely want me to be able to say thank you for your service. Let me ask a couple of questions on this. Director Gabbard, let me start with you on this. Iran has been listed as one of the top sponsors of terrorism.
Why does he have a completely different audio tag?
They are the primary armors of Hezbollah, of Hamas, of the Houthis. They're arming the Russians to be able to kill Ukrainians. They continue to be able to destabilize the region. And just in the recent days, when many nations in the Gulf region have talked about how to provide greater stability, Iranian leadership stepped out and made very clear statements. They want a one-state solution for Israel, and it's to drive out all Jews. So this continues to be an issue not just for the region, but for Americans in particular. So my question is on this is the sanctions and the effect of sanctions, what we know about the Iranian response. Under the Biden administration, those sanctions will turn down, where, quite frankly, Iran has been able to sell $90 billion in oil on the global market to be able to rearm itself and all the others around the region. Now sanctions are now going back onto Iran again. What do we know about the effect of those sanctions?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. These sanctions have just begun to be reinstated, so the full effects have not yet borne fruit. But the message that the president has sent with his maximum pressure campaign is certainly heard. As the chairman mentioned in his opening remarks, President Trump recently sent a letter to the leader of Iran expressing his interest in direct talks in order to try to de-escalate and to prevent war, prevent Iran from gaining a nuclear weapon, but also stated that there would be military consequences if there was no direct negotiations. So President Trump is continuing to carry out his vision and mission of peace through strength, acting in the best interests of the American people. We will see what choices are made from here.
Okay, thank you. Director Patel, during the last administration and the very open border policy that they had, we had some years, including 2022 and 2023, where there were 70,000 individuals that were released into the country that were identified as special interest aliens. This is something this committee and the Homeland Security Committee tried over and over again to get details on. The Biden administration was unwilling to be able to share any of the details on the special interest aliens, led to a great amount of frustration. The comment came often back to us is that FBI is going to track all these individuals and to be able to identify them, even though it was 70,000 a year that were coming into the country. You just walked into this position and trying to get your feet on the ground in so many different issues that are outstanding on that. I raised to you the issue of individuals that are currently illegally present in the country going through a process, but are listed as special interest aliens. By definition from the administration, those are individuals that we don't know their level of risk, but they're considered a national security risk, but we don't know anything else about them from there. So how are you trying to get on top of the number of people that are criminal aliens in the country, but also these special interest aliens that come from terrorist areas?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your question. As far as the FBI is concerned,
attempting to look like a human.
So we are focused
like one of the
across
characters
our
in Men in
interagency
Black.
partners at DHS, ICE, CBP, CIS, and elsewhere to identify through our information sharing networks that we have stood up with state and local law enforcement to provide us the details on any criminal evidence relating to any of the individuals you highlight. And if there's a nexus there, a case will be opened, excuse me, by the line agents who predicated lawful and factual basis to do so. And we will further refer that matter to the Department of Justice for prosecution. We are reviewing all of these cases anew, and we will report back to you, Senator, with some fidelity on the outcome of that process.
Okay, thank you. Are you getting good feedback from social media technology companies and cooperation from them on illegal activities that are promoted on their site? All the different sites have rules and standards for what can and can't be done on that. But for instance, in the border areas, many of the sites are allowing child trafficking, or they're allowing basically the hiring of Americans to come be drivers and such, and they know this is being circumvented. Are they working with you on that to be able to take illegal content off their sites?
Thank you, Senator. And we have engaged directly at the top levels of all the private sector software communities and social media companies, and they have been very helpful because they have been told that this is a priority for me at the FBI to work with them because they have so much information to share back with us. Now, that's, of course, just on the public systems. We're not talking about the darknet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Ratcliffe, I want to start with you. Who determined that the content of this discussion on Signal was not classified?
Senator, I guess I'm not.
Well, for example,
I can speak to my personal knowledge. There was no classified
agent mentioned as part of this story. Normally, that would be classified information. So I guess what I'm asking is, did you just determine it was not classified, or was there any declassification after the fact?
So to be clear, so everyone understands the process, as we talked about, Signal is a permissible use.
I understand
has been used
that.
at the CIA, has been approved by the White House for senior officials.
And appropriate for many conversations.
And recommended by CISA for high-level officials who would be targeted by foreign adversaries to use end-to-end encrypted apps whenever possible, like Signal. In this case, what the National Security Advisor did was to request through a Signal message that there be coordination. So you mentioned the name of a CIA active officer, correct? So
I didn't mention the name.
You didn't mention the name.
Existence of that.
And in the article, the implication was that somehow that was improper. That was not the case. So a CIA officer was not operating undercover. So the request for coordination was for a staff member to coordinate on the high side. So I communicated the name of a CIA officer not operating undercover, completely appropriate, who does openly and routinely coordinate with the White House as a member of my staff. So the intimation there that there was something inappropriate was clearly incorrect.
Did it occur to you that given the sensitive nature of this discussion, that it could just move to the high side?
So that was clearly, Senator, I think the intent was that this was initially set up by the National Security Advisor with the instruction that send a point of contact, and then you will be provided with information further on the high side for high side communication. So I think clearly it reflects that the National Security Advisor intended this to be, as it should have been, a mechanism for coordinating between senior level officials, but not a substitute for using high side or classified communications for anything that would be classified. And I think that that is exactly what did happen.
So I'm curious, did this conversation at some point include information on weapons packages, targets, or timing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Director Gabbard, same question.
Same answer, and defer to the Department of Defense on that question.
Well, those are two different answers, but you're saying that was not part of the conversation.
That's my knowledge.
The precise operational issues were not part of this conversation.
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you, Director Gabbard, something on a very different track here, which is I very much agree with the conclusion of the ATA that foreign illicit drug actors are a major threat in the United States, and many of you have spoken to this today. Is the IC wrong in its omission of Canada as a source of illicit fentanyl in the ATA? I was surprised, given some of the rhetoric, that there is no mention of Canada in the ATA.
Senator, the focus in my opening and the ATA was really to focus on the most extreme threats in that area. And our assessment is that the most extreme threat related to fentanyl continues to come from and through Mexico.
So the president has stated that the fentanyl coming through Canada is massive, and actually said it was an unusual and extraordinary threat. And that was the language that was used to justify putting tariffs on Canada. I'm just trying to reconcile those two issues. Is it an unusual and extraordinary threat, or is it a minor threat that doesn't even merit mention in the annual threat assessment?
Senator, I don't have the numbers related to Canada in front of me at this time. I'd like to get back to you on the specifics of that answer.
It's less than 1% of the fentanyl that we are able to interdict. But if you have different information, I would very much welcome that.
Senator Budd.
Thank you all for being here. And Director Gabbard, prior to your role here, we had a big storm in western North Carolina. And you were among those first from outside our state to show up. So thank you for your work there. Thank you for your ongoing work there and that of your family as well. It was good to see them when out in western North Carolina last week. So thank you.
There's a little upside gap on
Director Hawk,
SPX that we might fill.
so what do we need to do in regards to Volt Typhoon? There's a lot of pre-positioning that went on there. So where are we with that? And what do we need to do in regards to our power companies, whether it's generation or distribution, Duke Energy in my home state, or even the rural electric co-ops? What do we need? What have we learned? And what can I tell them?
Senator, 99% of the critical infrastructure in the United States is controlled by private companies. So that really drives us to talk about how do we partner with industry and with the commercial sector, in this case, the power sector. Volt Typhoon began when industry came to the intelligence community and said, we're seeing anomalous activity, can you help us gain context? And we were able to bring context to that to be able to understand what the threat was and then to ultimately be able to identify who was behind that threat. Since that time, we've continued to work very closely with industry to be able to determine what are the right ways for us to be able to pursue these threats within networks to enable the interagency, to enable our partners and industry to be able to pursue them. That's the approach we have to take. It is a collaboration between the government and industry to be able to eradicate these threats, and we have continued to pursue them together since our first identification and notification that we did related to this particular threat.
Thank you. What have you done on the offensive side here in regards to, I think there were three, Salt Typhoon, Volt Typhoon, and even Flax Typhoon. Maybe there were others, but those are the three that are known.
Senator, I've been given really clear guidance in terms of what the Secretary of Defense expects in terms of our aggressive approach to be able to restore deterrence, and I look forward to talking with you about that in the closed hearing.
Look forward to that. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe and Patel, thank you all again for being here.
So it kind of looks like,
as you're all keenly aware, Section 702 of FISA is an extremely useful authority to help keep our nation safe. I also know that we need to rebuild American people's trust and confidence that such authorities are not being misused by the intelligence community to unlawfully target Americans. So since taking over your respective agencies, can you tell me and tell the American people how effective the recent changes have been in protecting privacy and civil liberties of each and every Americans? And then, if you will, comment on how useful the authority is in generating intelligence that actually protects the homeland. We'll start with you, Director Gabbard.
Senator, Section 702, which authorizes the foreign collection of non-U.S. persons outside of the United States, continues to be one of our most effective collection tools to ensure our national security. There are a number of reforms that the Senate passed, that Congress passed last year that have proven to strengthen the protections of Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. In the short time that I've been in the seat, I've seen a few examples of that directly, most recently through the FISA court, calling in an amici to come in and weigh in on a dispute regarding provisions that would further protect Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. I'll be visiting our friends at the NSA next week and doing a quote-unquote ride-along to observe directly how those reforms that Congress passed are being implemented to protect Americans' civil liberties, and look forward to reporting back after I've had that opportunity.
Thank you. Director Patel.
Thank you, Senator. With my background in FISA and 702, I just want to clearly delineate between FISA Title 1.3 and 702 collection. We need to both ardently defend its use, but also ardently support reforms that allow the American public to entrust that those charged with those capabilities are not violating the Fourth Amendment or any other violation. Speaking to Title I, Title III, when it comes to U.S. persons, I have already included an amendment in terms of FBI language to make sure that when a U.S. person is targeted, that the FBI specifically is responsible for culling through all exculpatory information that is reasonably known and satisfying that burden and stating it in the application. When it comes to 702, Senator, some of the biggest enterprise efforts we have had to thwart national security risk would not have occurred if 702 collection had gone dark. And the FBI continues to use that information to protect the homeland. We've had multiple takedowns in the last 6 months based on 702 and interagency collection processes, but we just need to ensure the American public, and I'm working with my team, that even in the 702.
I look forward to the discussion in the closed session.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, I didn't intend
Why
to
is this
get into
market
the
relevant?
Jeffrey Goldberg
Because
story,
it's
but
national
something you said has
security and
sort of puzzled
statements
me.
on national security
According to open source
have a
reporting at
pretty significant effect
11:44
on the
on
market,
the morning
especially
of
when violations
March
of
15th,
confidentiality
Secretary
clauses
Hegseth
are in question.
put into this group text a detailed operation plan, including targets, the weapons we were going to be using, attack
I just need to move
sequences,
my
and
mic over
timing.
for you to hear me better.
And yet you've testified.
I don't have them up
nothing
very
in that
loud.
in that chain was classified. Wouldn't that be classified? What if that had been made public that morning before the attack took place?
Why didn't you post your event contracts and
Senator,
pickle
I can
spigs?
attest to the
I didn't
fact
even know I
that
could
there
buy
were
them
no
until today.
classified or intelligence equities that were included in that chat group at any time. And I
so the
defer.
attack sequencing and timing and weapons and targets you don't consider to should have been classified?
I
or
defer
were
to the
classified?
Secretary of Defense and the National Security Council on that question.
Well, you're the head of you're the head of the intelligence community, and you're supposed to know about classifications. So your testimony very clearly today is that nothing was in that set of texts that were classified. I'll follow up on Senator Wyden's question. If that's the case, please release that whole text stream so that the public can have a view of what actually transpired on this discussion. It's hard for me to believe that targets and timing and weapons would not have been classified. Well, let me move on. You approved this report, this annual report, prepared by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Is this submitted to the White House routinely in anticipation of its public release?
I don't know what you mean by submitted routinely.
Was this report submitted to the White House before its release today?
It was submitted to them once it was completed. I think probably around the same time it was sent to all of you.
I want to move on. One note that surprised me, I've been on this committee now this is my 13th year. Every single one of these reports that we have had has mentioned global climate change as a significant national security threat, except this one. Has something happened? Has global climate change been solved? Why is that not in this report? And who made the decision that it should not be in the report when it's been in every one of the 11 prior reports?
I can't speak to the decisions made previously, but this annual threat assessment has been focused very directly on the threats that we deem most critical to the United States and our national security. Obviously, we're aware of occurrences within the environment and how they may impact operations, but we're focused on the direct threats to Americans' safety, well-being, and security.
How about how they will impact mass migration, famine, dislocation, political violence, which is the finding, by the way, of the 2019 annual threat assessment under the first Trump administration? You don't consider that a significant national security threat?
For the intelligence community, being aware of the environment that we're operating in is a given. What I focused this annual threat assessment on, and the IC focused.
It's kind of hysterical that she's talking like she has any intelligence experience at all.
Let me ask a direct question. Who decided climate change should be left out of this report after it's been in the prior 11? Where was that decision
I
made?
gave direction to our team at ODNI to focus on the most extreme and critical national security threats
Your
that we
direction
face.
include no comments on climate change?
Senator, as I said, I focused on the most extreme and direct national
That's not a
security
response
threats
to my question.
that we face.
Did you instruct that there be no finding in terms of climate change in this report?
I don't recall giving that instruction.
Final questions in a few short seconds that I have left. You all concede, and it's in the report repeatedly, about the cyber danger from China, from Russia, from Iran. Why then is the administration
I'm sorry, but
deconstructing CISA?
don't compare her to
130
Julia
people
Louis-Dreyfus.
The General Hawk
Julia
talked about the
Louis-Dreyfus
importance of
has
public-private
more
cooperation.
intelligence experience from the set of
seems
Veep
to have been disestablished.
than
What
our
possible policy reason is there
than
for
Tulsi
undermining
Gabbard.
CISA's relationship to the states with regard to elections and to the private sector with regard to cybersecurity when the cybersecurity threat is only growing? Anybody want to tackle that?
I know,
I
Nick.
won't speak for all of my colleagues here, but I don't believe any of us have any insight into those specific staffing decisions that have been made.
Well, let me ask you this question. You've all found, the report has found explicitly growing cyber threats, including to elections from Russia, China, Iran. Do you believe that it's in the national interest to diminish our capacity to deal with those cyber issues? Yes or no?
President Trump is focused on effects and making sure that the people that we have and the resources that we have are focused on our national security. He and his team recognize that more people doesn't necessarily always mean better effects. Those are some of the things that are driving the changes that we're seeing across the administration, is getting all of our agencies back and focused on their core mission.
General Hawk, do you agree that?
Senator King, your time has
Time is
expired.
up. Thank you.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you to all of you for your service to our country. With regard to the issue surrounding Signal, I'm going to address it, but I'm going to address it in the closed session so that we can get more in depth into that issue. In the meantime, I want to direct my first question to Director Ratcliffe. As the debate continues in Washington regarding Spectrum, what can you share in this unclassified setting regarding the critical nature of Spectrum to national security interests generally?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I know this is an issue of great interest to the Senate, and the potential auction.
She's got plenty of experience. The Army National Guard?
Those, as you correctly point out, the discussions about Spectrum, I will start out by saying there are national security implications from such an auction were to take place to both the DoD and the IC.
Do you say things like distributive right now?
Yeah,
yeah, but they'll probably try to pump and fill the gap at 83.
Setting, I can relate to you that the direction from early meetings that we've had is that the discussion about where that might take place would not affect specifically CIA.
Still bullish
or
consolidation.
IC
Hasn't
equities. And I
broken
hope
and
that's the
failed
case where
yet.
the discussion goes.
There's
But I
some
think we
vol
need to be
shorting coming
concerned
in.
that a public auction at bands at certain levels would have an impact on our ability to deliver an accurate intelligence picture.
In other words, there are parts of the spectrum which simply cannot be shared with the commercial.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
And we can talk about the specific reasons about why in a classified setting that would
Are we getting to the
cause,
neutrals today?
a diminishment of our ability to deliver a good threat picture to the commander-in-chief.
And in some cases, life or death consequences
Absolutely.
involved. Thank you.
The neutrals are in the wrong
Director Patel,
spot.
first of all, I just want to thank you for what you are doing, and I know that there's a number of items
you know
in your
what? Never
previous
mind.
life you did that simply can't be discussed, but nonetheless, we've appreciated what you have done for your country already. Today, I just wanted to talk to you about, we've seen a series of public news reports about ISIS threats within the United States.
Still not filling that upside
And
gap.
there have been
weird.
several successful interdictions, Oklahoma City, Philadelphia, New York. Although the question remains as to the total number of ISIS operatives who were able to breach porous borders in the months and years before policy changes in this January of 2025. To what extent is the FBI tracking operatives who remain in the United States today, and what is the FBI doing to track them down?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your question and your comments. So the priorities at the FBI since I took over have been violent crime and national security, and this speaks directly to national security. The direction for the FBI is to track down any individuals with any terrorist ties whatsoever, whether it be ISIS or another foreign terrorist organization, and now to include the new designations of the cartels down south and elsewhere. So the FBI is utilizing our Joint Terrorism Task Force, which are situated in all 55 field offices. But the key to success there is our partnership with state and local law enforcement who have the ground level intelligence on some of these operatives. And as you've highlighted, we've already shut down numerous threats, and we've identified publicly where permissible these threats and individuals and where they're coming from. And I think the FBI is doing a very good job right now in collecting this information through our interagency process. And we will continue to thwart every bad actor affiliated with a terrorist organization or otherwise.
Thank you. And Director Hawk, first of all, look, you've talked a little bit already about Salt Typhoon, but what I want to really get into is the things that are moving right now that you haven't had a chance to address, and in particular, CyberCom 2.0. and the need to accelerate that particular plan moving forward. Can you talk just briefly? I've got 40 seconds left. Talk to us a little bit about how critical 2.0 is in terms of countering the cyber activity that's going on through nefarious actors.
Senator, what we were asked to do by Congress was to look at what's the force generation model for the Department of Defense to be able to generate cyber forces. Based off of that request, I produced a recommendation for the Secretary that outlined 3 critical things, which is really how we manage the talent, how we develop the talent in the department, and also how we equip that talent underpinned by compute and AI. We've brought that plan initially back to Secretary Hegseth. He told us to go
What the fuck makes you think MPs have any knowledge of national intelligence?
His guidance, we will now begin to move forward with the rest of the department.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for holding this hearing, and thank you for being here.
She wasn't on any fucking relevant
Director
committees.
Radcliffe, it sounds to me like your testimony today and the Secretary and the DNI's testimony is that there was nothing wrong at all with the signal thread that you were on, that it didn't include
she watched Jack Reacher.
Targeting information, battle sequence. That is your testimony. That's your testimony.
You know where she must have picked up all that intelligence
I'm a little
experience?
staggered that is
the Hawaiian Honolulu City Council.
Does the CIA have any rules about handling of classified information? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you, Director Radcliffe. Do you agree, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said this morning when asked by members of the press what had happened, he said this morning in Hawaii that Atlantic Editor-in-Chief Jeff Goldberg is a, quote, deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of providing hoaxes time and time again. Do you share that evaluation, the Secretary of Defense's evaluation of Jeff Goldberg as a journalist?
Senator, I didn't see those comments. I don't know Jeff Goldberg.
So do you share that view of the Secretary of Defense?
Well, I don't have a view on.
Okay. Do you, assuming that he has that view, I'm curious about whether
to be qualified for Director
CIA
of National
director,
Intelligence?
okay,
Absolutely not.
We know it's happened. Did Jeff Goldberg somehow, did he create a hoax that allowed him to become
How's that
part
pertinent?
of this signal
You and your
thread?
whataboutism.
Please answer the question. You don't insult the intelligence of the American people. Did he invite himself to the signal thread?
I don't know how he was invited, but clearly he was added.
Clearly it was. Finish your sentence, please.
Clearly he was added to the signal group. Your question is.
You don't know that the president's national security advisor invited him to join the signal thread? Everybody in America knows that. Does the CIA director not know that?
I've seen conflicting reports about who added the reporter to the signal
You think
messaging
that it's
group.
perfectly appropriate that there was a reporter added, especially one that the Secretary of Defense says is deceitful, highly discredited, a so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes over and over again. Is your testimony that it was appropriate that he was added to this signal thread?
No, of course not. And
why
Senator,
did you not call?
Hold on,
you,
Senator.
You are the
you're mischaracterizing my testimony.
Good. You answered the question. Let me ask you: when he was added to the thread, you're the CIA director. Why didn't you call out
support here
that he was present on the signal thread?
I don't know if you use signal messaging app.
I do, not for classified information, not for targeting,
well, neither
not
do I,
for anything
Senator.
remote.
Neither do I, Senator.
Well, that's what your testimony is today.
It absolutely is not, Senator. Were you not
I'm
listening at the beginning?
No.
When I said that I was using it as permitted, it is permissible to use.
I agree that's your testimony.
Yeah.
I agree that's your testimony. You asked me if I use it, and I said not for targeting, not for classified information.
And I said I don't either.
I also know Jeff Goldberg. I don't use it to communicate with him, but you thought it was appropriate. By the way, I think he's one of the more outstanding journalists in America, but I'm shocked to find him on a thread that he's reading in the parking lot of a grocery store in Washington, D.C., and your testimony as the director of the CIA is that it's totally appropriate.
No.
Is it appropriate
that the
Director,
president? That is not what I.
Okay,
when did
go
I say
ahead,
it was?
please.
When did I use the word appropriate?
Well, go ahead, please.
Well, I didn't.
That everybody in America.
So clearly,
there's nothing to
Senator,
see here is what your testimony is.
No, I never said that.
This is just a normal day at the CIA where we chat about this kind of stuff over Signal. In fact, it's so normal that the last administration left it here for us. That's your testimony today.
That's your testimony.
No, that's
Senator.
not my testimony. That's what you said.
I didn't say any of those things that you just related, Senator.
I heard you say it. We'll let the American people decide. Let me ask you one final point. I'm out of time.
Mischaracterized it. Well, are you going to give me a chance?
Is it appropriate? Did you know that the president's Middle East advisor was in Moscow on this thread while you were, as director of the CIA, participating in this thread? Were you aware of that? Are you aware of that today?
I'm not aware of that today.
This sloppiness, this incompetence, this disrespect for our intelligence agencies and the personnel who work for them is entirely unacceptable. It's an embarrassment.
Senator?
You need to do better. You need to do better. Thank you. I'm being gavelled by the chairman, and I apologize for going over my time.
Senator Young.
Thank you all for being here. I'll be asking some follow-up questions, clarifications about this Signal episode in a closed setting, and try and work with all of you to bring clarity to that situation. It appears to me there's some unanswered questions. It'll take some time, I think, to get there in a more dispassionate setting. Director Gabbard, I'm going to begin today asking you some questions about emerging technology. This has been a real point of emphasis, I know, of our broader national security community for a period of time. We know that PRC is making generational investments in certain emerging tech, AI, biotech, and other areas of technology to reduce their vulnerability against any supply chain disruptions and to lead the world in some areas. As the IC assesses, the PRC is seeking to, quote, become a global S&T superpower.
This type of interaction is what we've pulled to see MAGA and the right enjoy. But maybe the Dems are angry enough now to appreciate it as well.
Gain. So, Director Gabbard, can you describe the actions China is taking to operationalize that IC assessment in ways that directly target the security
Win 24/7 reality TV for the government? We're getting close.
Senator, what we know is that they are trying to use these capabilities as a means to continue to exploit vulnerabilities within our own.
You need to do better is my new defense when my husband says anything I don't like.
Cyber technology. Critical infrastructure is a key area of concern given what we know has already been exploited.
Deplorable. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Infrastructure that are of serious concern.
Let me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Especially during a time of conflict. We know.
Ride or die till the tendies come round. Or doom ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
Susceptibility to cyber attacks and as China's leveraging of AI towards misinformation, increasingly into the physical realm, they can pose threats to us as well. As follow-up, Director Ratcliffe.
When are we going to fill this fucking gap to the
we've
upside?
Had Huawei, we've had TikTok. What do you believe will be the next point of technological friction and competition between the U.S. and China? What should members of Congress be looking for?
Senator, I think I can answer this question more fully in the classified setting. What I would say is it relates to the issue of emerging technologies and
Signal's like a non-profit. I don't think they give a shit.
Quantum sensing and our ability to stay ahead of China on the.
There should be like a decent spot to get a little bit of a bounce.
Those issues. I'd be happy to get into that in further detail in a classified setting.
There's so little
Excellent.
volume.
We'll dive into that. Director Haw, General, how do you see biotech?
No, different
playing
data
into this broader
feeds.
competition?
I think it's an area that, from our perspective, has increasingly been a priority. As
Yours
we
is
understand
vetted. This
the
one
approach
is
that
not.
China's
This is
taken,
the
and also to
development
ensure that
environment.
As we think about the president's priorities in terms of both economic and technology security, we are certainly, as a community,
I wouldn't
following
trust
guidance
the delta
that
flips and
we are
stuff here. I
increasingly
still have the
putting
other
our
one open.
resources to be able to ensure that we understand where China is investing in those resources and how that will impact our economy and overall the overall health of our national security.
Thank you, General. Director Gabbard, not a lot of time left on this end, but I do have a little crypto interest I wanted to communicate to you.
Are we going to have brawls in Congress like the Europeans do in their parliament? That'd be awesome.
Disrupt foreign cyber efforts.
We should bring back
to steal
dueling.
Cryptocurrency, such as the North Koreans have successfully done. If others would like to pull this thread and weigh in on this question very briefly, that would be great.
Buff?
Senator, we're obviously aware of North Korea's revenue generating by stealing cryptocurrency has had a significant effect on North Korea's capabilities. I defer to our
Jeremy still
technical
bullish through
experts
earnings?
on
It's got a good
the
setup
actions
to
that are being
run.
taken.
Yeah. Things still look
Senator, I think
stable.
this would be a great topic when we go to closed session.
It's going to be a busy closed
Agreed.
setting. Yes. Director Patel?
I agree with the general. In closed session, I can provide some details.
It's what you get when you visit with a bunch of spies. All right, Chairman.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to come back to the topic of the day here, the
Duel to the death.
signal chain, as reported by The Atlantic. Ms. Gabbard and Mr. Ratcliffe, you each testified that there was no information operational
no problem, man.
In nature, no classified
I don't know if
information.
earnings
So I
will
want
be
to ask each
good.
of you just a series of, just respond yes.
They're usually
or no.
not.
I'll start with Ms. Gabbard. In the signal chain that we have been talking about, was there any mention of a target in Yemen?
No, pistol duels, 10 paces.
I don't remember mention of specific.
I want to see
targets.
Marjorie Taylor Greene and
generic
Nancy
target.
Pelosi shooting at each other on live TV.
I believe there was discussion around targets in general.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
I think that's consistent with my recollection. Again, I don't have access to that.
Was there any mention, Ms. Gabbard, of a weapon or weapons
Flintlock,
system?
yeah.
I don't recall specific weapons systems being named.
I'm not talking about specific, any weapon or weapons system.
I don't recall specific names of systems or weapons being used or named within.
Marjorie
Well, I'm not asking
Seller and the other one,
I
bump
don't
stock
want you to tell
firing
me what the
deagles
specific weapon
flying
was, but
around the
any
room from
weapon at all,
recoil.
Mr. Ratcliffe, same question.
I don't recall.
How about anything about timing? Ms. Gabbard.
I don't recall specific timing.
Was there any
I
mention?
won't get into the detail of the conversation, but obviously there was a significant amount of planning and internal discussions that had occurred prior to and outside of this Signal chat.
Mr. Ratcliffe, you're nodding your head. Any mention of any military unit whatsoever? Mr. Ratcliffe.
Not that I recall.
Ms. Gabbard.
Not that I recall.
Okay, so I understand that DoD policy prohibits discussion of even
the gaps
what is
right
called
here,
controlled
83,
unclassified
55.
information, or CUI, on unsecured devices. Are both of you aware of that DoD policy?
I haven't read that policy.
Not familiar with the DoD policy, but I would say that the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for DoD in deciding what would be classified information.
Ms. Gabbard, does the intelligence community have a policy that prohibits discussion of controlled unclassified information?
Yes.
It does. Okay. Controlled unclassified information, according to DoD, includes information that is information that has not been approved for public release. Would you, of what's been disclosed publicly of the signal chain, would either of you feel that that would be approved for public release? Ms. Gabbard.
The discussion that took place in that Signal chat group was a conversation reflecting national security leaders and the vice president around the president's objectives.
So yes or no, would you approve that for public release?
I don't feel I can answer that question here.
Because of the nature of this hearing?
Because of the nature of a private discussion that took place between individual leaders in our government.
It would make sense that you would not approve it for public release, wouldn't it?
There are other factors that would go into that consideration.
Mr. Ratcliffe, yes or no?
I wouldn't approve the release of classified information. Again, as I've said, my
I'm not talking
understanding
about
is
classified information, Mr. Ratcliffe. I'm talking about information that has not been approved for public release. That is information that is considered controlled, unclassified information.
The principles that would have been on that would have been individuals capable of approving that for public release.
Do you, I got 20 seconds. The deliberation as to whether or not we should launch a strike on another country, would you consider that classified information, Ms. Gabbard?
Well, the information was not classified.
This is not, I'm not talking about this. I'm just talking about deliberation as from principles as to whether or not we should launch a strike on another country. Would you consider that classified information? I'm not talking about.
How do we not recall timing? This happened like yesterday.
To determining that classification.
Mr. Ratcliffe, the deliberation between principles in our national security apparatus about whether or not to strike another country, would you consider that to be classified information?
Pre-decisional strike deliberation should be conducted through classified channels.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may, I just want to return, Mr. Ratcliffe, to your answer there in part, Senator Kelly. It's been raised at several occasions now in this hearing about whether classified information was discussed in this chat. And you mentioned about the Secretary of Defense being what you called, I think, the original classification authority.
Correct. Correct.
I think it's important for the public to understand that although you and Director Gabbard are original classification authorities on many matters, you're not that for all matters.
Still quite a lot of bot
puts
puts at 5780.
That's correct.
So if the Secretary of State has classified sensitive diplomatic details,
Getting some
that's
sold
his
puts,
authority.
70,
If the Secretary of Energy has
65, 60.
sensitive classified information about our
But
national laboratories.
actual
that's his
downside support's
and
down at like
the two of you can't
57, 40,
speak
50.
To other departments who have their own original classification authority, and which of
Starting to
course, as Director Gabbard
slip
said,
the
ultimately
delta
will
flip a little bit here too.
rest with one person, the President of the United States. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to.
So bulls are going to want to try to support this, I'm guessing, or let their short puts squeeze.
It strains the audience and the watching public's credibility. If we're talking about timing, packages, that somehow this would be okay to put out, or just, frankly, senior American officials trashing Europe. I've been around this for a while. This is not information you generally put out. And the notion there's not even acknowledgement of, hey, gosh, we screwed up, is stunning to me. And the idea somehow, well, none of this was classified, but we can't talk about it here. You can't have it both ways.
I think the witness's point is that they can't speak for every official in the government who has original classification authority.
Chairman, I don't, that's not what I'm not trying to litigate that. I'm trying to litigate on the face unless, as Senator Bennett said, this reporter is somehow making this all up. And I think the White House has acknowledged that the text chain that he submitted was authentic. It strains my mind to think, again, it strains my mind if the shoe had been on the other foot, what my colleagues would be saying about this. And again, we're going to get to the bottom of it. And I appreciate your comments, but you guys have both testified under law. There's nothing classified in that information. There was nothing, in a sense, I've not heard either one of you say, gosh, we screwed up. So we'll find out. This is too important to our national security. And again, I know we've got more members to cross.
Starting to get a little bit of an uptick in volatility with the 75 puts going in the money.
No intelligence community classified information.
Losing the delta flip.
That's correct. Ratcliffe, is that correct, Director Gabbard?
So
yes, Chairman.
Well, again,
yes is getting pretty close to VWAP.
Right. Period. You can't have it both. And again, we'll see. I cannot believe this is not going to come out. And if it's not classified, again, we'd ask you to give it to the public today. I'm sure one of your aides back there probably got it on paper. If you got it here, it's not classified, stand by your position. Or is this just one more example of a careless approach to how we keep our secrets in this administration?
With apologies to Senator Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. I want to explore a little bit about Ukraine, and I'll direct this to Director Ratcliffe or Director Cruz. The ATA assesses that, quote, the grinding war of attrition in Ukraine, quote, will lead to a gradual but steady erosion of Kyiv's positions on the battlefield. Are Ukrainian forces at any significant risk of collapse this year?
Before I turn it over to Director Ratcliffe, I think both sides are working through the equipment that they need, the industrial base they need to support that, and the personnel that are required to man all of that equipment and man the front lines. And as we see the battle space in the various portions, whether it's in Kursk, whether it's in any of the 4 oblasts, we see areas where Kyiv will struggle to prevent the slow attritional grind. We do not see an imminent collapse in any of the line of control battle spaces at this point.
And then vice versa. That answers my question, unless you want to add something, Director. Whatever advantages in manpower and material they have, can Russia maintain its operational tempo without significant changes to how it's conducting the war?
I think our assessment from a military perspective is that Russia has the ability to sustain its campaign longer than Kyiv would. Now, when that timeline hits, we do not have an assessment of, but I believe that if this were to go on for more than the remainder of this year, both sides would have a significant challenge maintaining their defense industrial base as well as their operational ops tempo.
Longer than this year?
That is correct, and they will each have difficulty at various points throughout the spring, summer, and fall as well.
Thank you. Director Ratcliffe, ATA says continuing the Russia-Ukraine war perpetuates strategic risks to the United States of unintended escalation to large-scale war and heightened insecurity among NATO allies. What are the strategic risks to the United States if Russia were to achieve its maximalist objectives via peace agreement?
Achieve via peace agreement?
Yes.
Well, I think that clearly the negotiations that are going on reflect that President Trump is seeking a cessation of the war on terms that will end the war permanently. From an intelligence community standpoint, and specifically with regard to CIA assets, we've taken steps to support that, the president's goal of an enduring peace. To General Cruz's comments, I agree with his assessment and generally the public assessment.
Really
that,
get a little bit of momentum
Russia,
if we can get an upswing here that breaks above
is grinding
like
forward
72.
slowly. I want to comment on that, however, to say that with regard to the Ukrainian resistance, the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian military have been underestimated for a period of several years now. And ultimately, I'm convinced from my reflections in observing from an intelligence standpoint that they will fight with their bare hands if they have to, if they don't have terms that are acceptable to an enduring peace. Obviously, to the point of maximalist goals, President Trump has communicated that he is aware of the dangers of that, of Russia getting what they want. And I think that the peace talks that are taking place would reflect, if successful, and they are making progress, that both sides would not get everything that they want and no one's maximalist goals would be achieved.
Thank you both. In the short time I have, I'm going to skip a question and ask that I intended to ask, but ask the director of the FBI. Director, I chair the subcommittee that appropriates money for the Department of Justice, including the FBI. It has been our practice that the FBI director as well as the Attorney General appear before our committee each year. And I would want to make certain that you do not foresee any challenges that I will have in your presence when you come to speak when we invite you to come speak about your budget. I think when we visited in the office, you made yourself often available, pleased to talk to Congress. We're getting ready for the appropriations process to begin. The budget that the president intends to submit is seemingly months away, weeks away, long weeks away. And we may ask you to come testify about your priorities now or sooner than that. Is that a challenge for you that I'd be aware of?
From the FBI, no, as long as the Department of Justice and the Attorney General are good with it.
Thank you.
Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Ratcliffe, you have repeatedly made the point that there was no classified information contained in any of these discussions that were reported in the Atlantic Monthly. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So, Senator, what I've related is that any information that was related from my perspective or that I observed from the intelligence perspective was not classified information. With respect to the assertions and the allegations that there was strike packages or targeting information or things that relate to DOD, as I've pointed out, the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for determining whether something's classified or not. And as I've understood from media reports, the Secretary of Defense has said the information was not classified.
Are you aware that the Secretary of Defense declassified this information prior to the discussion?
I'm not.
Director Gabbard, same question. You've
A little
said
bit of
you've
shortfall
indicated,
coming in
at least
here.
the impression I got was there was no
We're
classified
just under the
information
bot pits
discussed. Is that
now.
correct?
Senator, my
Some
answer is
bot
the same as
calls,
the director
65,
of the
sold
CIA's.
puts,
So
70.
the question
Some bot
has to
calls
be
coming
posed
in
to
at 75 and
Secretary
80.
Hegseth whether he declassified the information.
Sold
and at
bot
what point
pits
he
to the
did
upside though, which
declassify it. Do you
is
agree?
proving
Yes,
problematic
I defer
for the
questions
bulls.
to the Secretary of Defense.
It doesn't look like they're closing on the bounce.
Director Patel,
If we bounce
are you
enough, they
conducting
might
an
close
investigation
some of them.
these discussions and activities?
Thank you, Senator. As I informed the Vice Chairman on the same question, I found out about this late last night, early this morning, so I don't have an update for you on that.
Well, thank you. When you get an update, we'd appreciate it very much.
Yes, sir.
Director Gabbard, were you overseas during any parts of these discussions?
Yes, Senator, I was.
Were you using your private phone or a public phone for the signal discussions?
I won't speak to this because it's under review by the National Security Council. Once that review is complete, I'm sure we'll
Awkward.
share the results with the committee.
What is under review? It's a very simple question. Are you your private phone or an officially issued phone? What could be under review?
National Security Council is reviewing all aspects of how this came to be, how the journalist was inadvertently added to the group chat, and what occurred within that chat across the board.
But so
Maybe
you're
there's a
not gonna
mole.
disclose anything about whether you.
What if it's JD?
Director Radcliffe, there's been indication that the CIA.
What if the
has
Oval Office couch
warned
isn't the only one he's
recently
fucking?
Retired personnel about the vulnerabilities of Signal and other encrypted messaging applications. If that's the case,
No,
why
National
are you
Security
discussing
League.
these issues on Signal?
The more pertinent thing to the market here is actually discussions on
Senator,
Ukraine, Russia
signal
intelligence.
use, as I've said repeatedly, is permissible for work purposes. I've never said that end-to-end encryption apps like Signal are a substitute for classified systems. And I was not discussing classified information in this setting.
But as you've indicated previously, perhaps the Secretary of Defense was discussing classified information, and only he can be held accountable in terms of whether it was classified or declassified at the point when he spoke. Is that accurate?
Well, I didn't say it that way. I said the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority, and my understanding is that his comments are that any information that he shared was not classified.
But you have no way to verify that.
I don't.
Again, this is a very troubling example and a great lapse in our intelligence and our discussion. One further point, if you are not aware of any classified information on the discussions back and forth, would it be appropriate for the author to release the entire text of what he heard or transcribed?
I think the author has released, my understanding, essentially almost all of the information as it's been related to me. I don't know what calculation the author made with regard to what information would be released or not.
Well, he
but again, I can again confirm that with respect to the communications that were related, as to me, there was no classified information.
According to the article, quote, the message contained information that might be interpreted as related to actual and current intelligence operations, and the author did not disclose that information. So the question would be, if he disclosed everything he heard, in your view.
That wouldn't be classified information. I know the context of what that is, and I think the author said might be interpreted as related to intelligence information.
Ukraine's understanding is that the agreed ceasefire is effective immediately following the U.S. announcement.
He did not release. He could do so without any liability at the federal level.
Is the Russia-Ukraine war over going to be bullish? It's
legal,
not over.
Legal answer I'm not able to give you, but
Mr. Patel,
ceasefire's not saying like over.
And you're the director of the FBI. Would he face any legal liability if he released the information?
Because of the questions you and the Vice Chairman have put to me, I'm not going to prejudge
look,
the situation.
it was a bear
and that legal
trap.
call
I was
is ultimately
right.
for the Department of Justice.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ossoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for joining us and for your service. Just to make sure I understand some of the basics here. So, Director Ratcliffe, you were a member of the Houthi PC small group signal chain, correct?
I was.
Yeah, and so were the Vice President, the Secretaries of State and Defense, the National Security Advisor, and Ms. Gabbard, correct?
I believe so. I don't have a list of who was invited to be on.
And so was national political reporter Jeffrey Goldberg, correct?
I don't know that.
Yes, you do.
I don't know Jeffrey Goldberg, and I've already testified. I don't know whether or how he was added.
Okay, well, he was a member of the signal chain, and the discussion included the Vice President's private opinion on the wisdom of proposed U.S. strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
Vance, quote, I think we are making a mistake. I am not sure the President is aware of how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There was a strong argument for delaying this a month. You don't recall?
I don't, as you
don't recall seeing that?
Read that. I don't.
It included the private opinions of the Secretary of Defense on the timing of strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
Director Ratcliffe, surely you prepared for this hearing today. You were part of a group of principals, senior echelons of the U.S. government, in now a widely publicized breach of sensitive information. You don't recall whether the Vice President opined on the wisdom of the strikes? That's your testimony today under oath?
In that setting, I don't recall.
Here's what Secretary Hegseth said, quote, waiting a few weeks or months does not fundamentally change the calculus. Two immediate risks on waiting. One, this leaks and we look indecisive. Two, Israel takes an action first or Gaza ceasefire falls apart and we don't get to start this on our own terms. Your testimony is you don't recall the Secretary of Defense sending that message or reading it?
Jesus.
I recall there being an exchange. I don't recall the specifics as you're reading it.
Well, let's put it this way, Director Ratcliffe, a discussion by senior U.S. officials on the timing and risks of a proposed military campaign and disagreements between the President and the Vice President about U.S. plans and intentions would be of obvious interest to foreign intelligence services, would it not?
Yes.
And they were discussing the timing of sending U.S. air crews into enemy airspace where they faced an air defense threat, correct?
I'm going to, Senator, defer to the other principles that you're referring to about what the meaning and the context of
They're
what they
talking
were
about
auditing.
the timing of U.S. airstrikes, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and therefore the timing of sending U.S. air crews into hostile
Wait,
airspace,
how does he know
correct?
what they were talking about if he doesn't recall what they were talking
the time
about?
period during which enemy air defenses could target U.S. air crews flying in enemy airspace, correct?
I don't know that.
You do know that. Let me ask this question, General Hawk. You lead America's signals intelligence collection. Would the private deliberation of foreign senior officials about the wisdom and timing of potential military action be a collection priority for you and the U.S. intelligence community?
Senator, it's our job to do indications and warning for both the plans and intentions of adversary leaders and for military commanders.
And would not information about the timing of airstrikes allow a military to pre-position or cue air defense systems to shoot down enemy aircraft?
I think, Senator, from our perspective, any advance warning is something that we certainly are trying to protect.
Yeah. Director Ratcliffe, this was a huge
I wish they would stop admitting
mistake.
to trying to start a war in Yemen so that the market could go back up.
No.
A national political...
Hold on.
No, you
Let me
hold
answer.
on. No,
The
Director
answer- the
Ratcliffe,
reason
I
I
asked
say
you a yes or
no-
no question, and now you hold on. A national political reporter
you can
was made
characterize it how you want.
Was made privy
The White
to
House has
sensitive
made
information
clear
about
that there
imminent
was an
military
inadvertent
operations against a
mistake,
foreign terrorist
an inadvertent
organization.
mistake of adding a reporter.
And that wasn't a huge
to a
mistake?
deal.
That wasn't a huge mistake?
Well, I think they characterized
This is
it
an
as a
embarrassment.
mistake.
This is utterly unprofessional. There's been no apology. There has been no recognition of the gravity of this error.
I can't believe
And by
they
the way,
forgot to
we
say
will get
thank
the
you.
full transcript of this chain, and your testimony will be measured carefully against its content. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the witnesses again for their appearance today. I sense the vice chairman has something to add.
That dude's getting a
So
black
I'll
bag
recognize
put on
him
his head and sent to a
briefly.
black site.
Well, again, I thank the witnesses. But what you're saying doesn't make sense on the face of it. Everybody knows, at least Director Radcliffe, you had the courtesy of acknowledging you were on the chain. Director Gabbard wouldn't even touch that, even though we've got our initials. And if you want a comparison, think back to the beginning.
Because the reporter is not
the Ukraine war.
responsible.
When the United States, in concert with our then ally, the United Kingdom,
Can't do that. Elon sold the black site.
a lot of Putin's battle plans that allowed the Ukrainians to push back successfully on the
So
Russian.
one of them must have like a Verbo or something.
How was that? That was gone through a real process of declassification. As Senator Ossoff so clearly made the point. This information out, potentially where our adversary could reposition its defenses, in the unwillingness of the individuals on this panel who are on the chat to even apologize or acknowledging what a colossal screw up this is, speaks volumes.
Thank you to our witnesses for your appearance. A few administrative matters. As I mentioned earlier, Senator Collins is under the weather. She regrets that she could not be here for your testimony. Senator Risch, likewise, had to preside over a hearing of the Foreign Relations Committee to include the nomination of my former governor, Mike Huckabee, a great American and a great friend of Israel, to be the next ambassador to Israel. He also regrets that he could not be here. I anticipate he may have written questions as well. I would urge you all to respond to those promptly. Now, the audience will remain seated while our witnesses and their aides depart the hearing room. The Capitol Police will ensure this occurs. I want to commend the Capitol Police and our committee security staff for running an orderly hearing today. For the benefit of members, the vote on the floor has been called. We will adjourn this open hearing and we will reconvene in closed setting at 12:40 p.m. The hearing is adjourned.
Maybe now the market will recover. Not very many statements on Russia, Ukraine, to be honest. I don't know. This is kind of where I expect us to trade all day, so I wouldn't be surprised if we don't do much at all. Realized vol crush is a bitch. It's not fun. No one likes it. If you want to be part of the party, you have to sell vol, but you have to pick levels where it's safe, and that's not always easy. We're in a circus? Yeah. Well, strategically, there's an advantage to these hearings for Republicans that are not aligned with the current administration's goals, and for Democrats in prosecuting and dismantling Trump's cabinet and removing the unified power from that specific group. So yeah, there's relevance to it. And there are consequences for that level of incompetence. Because, as we know in the past, Trump will immediately abandon anybody who makes him look bad in any way. Who gives a fuck about Hillary's emails? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? That's the joke? Oh. They were on the chat, the emails. Did you see how angry Trump got when it was brought up during the presser yesterday and he wasn't aware of it yet? He doesn't. If there's one saving grace to Trump, is that all he cares about is what people think of him. His image is everything, and he will absolutely work against his own longer term interests in order to support that goal. And he has done that so many times in the past because he's a big baby. Image is nothing. Thirst is everything. Hashtag Sprite. They freaked out about her emails with sharing TS material over Signal while a reporter was on the thread was okay. Fucking hypocrites. I think the bigger question is, why the fuck was there a reporter? Not only why are they using, a fucking messaging app to discuss national security issues, but why was a reporter invited in? Image and narrative is our entire party at this point, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. There's a mole? There might be. You had the contact saved as the wrong Jeffrey. Not only that, using their personal phones to discuss national security concerns in foreign countries on foreign networks. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look gross. There's support at 60 and 65. There's just resistance at 70 and 75. We don't know whether Gabbard used her personal phone. It's under review. Yeah, because she forgot what happened 2 days ago. But it's okay. She's in charge of national intelligence. The mole is Matt Damon, and we need Mark Wahlberg and Leonardo DiCaprio to find him. Would you split your port 50-50 SAVA and BAT if you were a conservative value investor? Wait, does SAVA still have a stock? Like, it's still true. I thought they're fucking... How have they not closed up shop? What the fuck? Oh my god, it's still trading. How? They don't even have a product anymore. If you use a phone in Russia or China, assume it's already been compromised. It's literally entry-level intel knowledge and practice. These people are severely incompetent. We knew that, right? Like almost every position of Trump's staff has zero experience in anything that they're overseeing. These are not professionals. Trump didn't want professionals, which was really obvious in choosing the people he chose. He said it himself. Loyalty greater than all else. Yeah. But this is what happens when you try to dismantle a government via incompetence and gutting all of its agencies, is everything falls apart because no one knows what the fuck they're doing. And even for the people who do know what they're doing, they can't accomplish anything because you've gutted it all. This is what happens in every instance where a cronyist party attempts to install themselves in a democratic government or into a large central government. It happened in Spain. It happened in Germany. Hegseth went to boot camp, and now he's head of the DoD. He had, like, some combat, but, I mean, he's a drunk moron. So you're saying they Bain capitaled the capital? Yeah, kind of. Except less profitable. I mean, you can only say things are the previous administration's fault for so long before it just looks like it's your fault. Like there's a fuse on that. What's up, J-Boats? Great explanation. I hope no one attempts to both sides that either. Sorry, SAVA price? Like liquidation value? Company should just be dead at this point. Why do you own it? Are people buying SAVA? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Or are you just trying to... Please don't buy it. It's... I mean, you can if you want to, but God. They're buying B-Hat? No one's buying that either. Right? Okay, good. Did Simo buy B-Hat? He had so much success with shrimp, that's why. At least shrimp was like a business that was trying to do something and just failing miserably at it. Did you win your WeBull bet? No. No, I lost like $62 betting on like 300 event contracts. We closed the candle at like 84. No, not rejected yet, just resistance. This looks like it should break out to the upside a little. I'm getting pretty consistent put selling. There's resistance at 80. So I don't think it's going to break out a whole lot, but maybe like retest 76 or something. Like retest the delta flip. How are these looking? See, that's interesting. I gotta figure out why those are different. Ooh, I'm up on Apple, and Carvana's still moving up. Market's just happy the hearing's over. Yeah, we also have an auction at 1 p.m. for the 2-year. It'll be a good print for tomorrow's data. For durables? It's a good question. So, IFO climate improving today wasn't good for U.S. equities. And that's probably something that should be noted. And we got bolstered a little bit after that with Redbook and some of the other data like house prices, but the consumer confidence report was then really bad, so pretty mixed, but I would say skewed a little bearish. For tomorrow, durable goods, we probably want to see them fall, but not negative month over month. That would probably be the most bullish outcome, like a little bit of strength still, maybe like 0.5 or something month over month. If they fall too much, that's going to be, that's a positive for like the stickier parts of inflation, but it's a big red flag for recession. So I think moderate demand would probably be best. Like potential slowing of inflation without any significant impact or deflationary pressure. Remember, PPI was deflationary on the last print, which scared the shit out of everybody. Hmm. Oh, support here is so weird. I think volatility in the short term might be a little low. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so we have the VIX expiration tomorrow. Oil dived in the semi-ceasefire. Oh, yeah, okay. Gold and silver up quite a bit today, though. Also, look at yields. Yields are falling. Starting to lose 67, which is bearish. This is going to push vol up if we keep going down. Support at 60. VWAP on NQs at 2411. ES is already well below VWAP. Yes, I mean, ES looks like it's headed back to like 5806, like where we were yesterday. There might be a little bit of support at like 5812, where we got support earlier, but maybe not. Just above 60. Try to hold on to the positive gamma here for a bit. 60 is important. If we lose 60, 40? Yeah. So IV to the downside picks up really sharply. Thought they would pump into the auction. We still have time. They might let it fall back to the short puts at 60 and then try to pump, which would make more sense. Or at least 50. 50 or 60. Depending. Because those would be better positions to try to buy long calls. And far enough away from the bot puts that came in earlier to the upside. Also, we could get some capitulation on those puts down there. Hmm. What's yums? One second. Ugh. Head and shoulder on the 5-minute. Need another shoulder. There's still no, like, short vol coming in here, though, which means things are gonna stay choppy. Maybe we start getting a pump into the 2-year auction. But, yeah, I'd like to see more sold puts come in. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. One sec. I've disliked all of today's price action. It's been pretty shit, honestly. Why do people keep asking me about SAVA? Who cares about SAVA? The company's been dead for like a year. Where is this coming from? Is this crime? You didn't get, we tried to gift you Cornichon before and you just got fucked. Turd. We gave out like 40 of them and you never got hit. J1st says they're selling puts. They are a bit. He's not wrong. We still have that gap on the upside at 83. Mr. Little Pickle, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give him a shout out. Hope we dump end of day. We dumped in the middle of the day. So you wanna double dump? You missed turd. Yeah, the range is garbage. But everyone should have known that going into it. Hey, Mike and Bike. Have you talked about BTU recently? Not a lot. Why did it drop? And is that over now? Because of macroeconomic conditions? And no, it's not. Tariffs are still undecided until April 2nd. It's at a fairly cheap price relative to its fundamentals. But I don't know. I'm not buying. I sold, I guess I am. I sold some CSPs on it at 15, like a few weeks ago. I probably turned off gifting to troll you. That'd be weird. This is kind of where we were running into resistance before on those bot pits. Not here very often anymore. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I think depending on your cost basis, BTU is really cheap right now, but there's definitely a decent amount of geopolitical risk associated with coal, especially a U.S. producer of coal. So, I mean, I would try to factor that in, but relative to their cash flows and stuff, I would say that, you know, this like $13-14 range is extraordinarily cheap. The biggest problem with coal is, you know, it's not something that looks particularly good on funds books. You know, it's hard for it to carry higher multiples for extended periods of time because it's just not a very like attractive cutting edge investment. Um, you know, they just dig fucking rocks out of the ground and sell them to people to burn, which is, you know, about as basic as you could get. This is looking like okay. Retest a VWAP here on a yes. NQ kind of bouncing just above VWAP might be kind of a bullish signal for tech. Breadth has been good over the last 2 days, but it seems to be starting to fall apart here. Tech definitely leading by quite a lot today. Oh my god, why is that? Stop asking me about SAVA. How about Oxy? It's been beaten down for a year now. Are you still buying it? I'll buy it closer to my cost basis if it ever gets there. Or well, adjusted cost basis. Cobra, I'll kill you, you son of a bitch. Stop trolling me. Is this like some R short squeeze thing or something? Is that why everyone's bringing it up? Or are you guys just doing it to piss me off? My barber told me to buy SAVA. I feel like you guys just try to intentionally aggravate me all day. Which isn't cool, because you're aggravating enough as it is. Especially AJ. My barber wouldn't stop pumping BTC, especially when it was at 100K. That's my favorite crypto bros are the ones that have like a fractional Bitcoin. They own like 0.00 like 007 of a Bitcoin. And they're like, this shit's gonna make me rich. Not Kava. He's talking about SAVA, the failed pharmaceutical endeavor. I have 121 Pengu. I'm a crypto pro now. I have a friend who's super smart, but when he talks about Bitcoin, his eyes roll into the back of his head. Interesting. Nobody sounds super smart talking about Bitcoin. My friend's concerned Kraken's about to collapse. Okay, that might be valid. At least we're not talking endlessly of sports, pineapple pizza, and pho. Everyone's favorite food. Ugh, gross. Yeah, auctions in 3. Well, we got a little bit of a pump into the auction. I mean, here's the problem with XRP. It's still just worse than Visa. Why wouldn't everyone dump their money into something called Pudgy Penguins? How can I lose? Are you just buying like random shit coins now to try to get rich? At the like near the end of the crypto bull market? You mean uranium? I'm still on uranium. Is there an options play that makes the most sense for shorting SAVA? Or you just want to like play the bankruptcy? It's probably already priced in. Hmm. What's it trading at? $1.89? You just buy dollar puts. Isn't this news like bullish for them? Can you take a quick look at TTD? Yeah, give me a second. Close to 62. It looks okay. Could probably push out to 65 before it runs into any significant resistance. Hmm. Okay, I don't love that. The drop off in gamma could be or the drop off in delta could be a little bit rough. There's some gamma there though. So maybe it can push out to 65, but it's gonna probably struggle with it. Yeah, that might be a little tough. Woo! Yes, broke above VWAP. Bot calls, bot puts to the upside at 80. And then sold calls, bot puts above 80. But someone's selling some puts out at like 5,800 on this bounce, so that's new. ES probably has about $12 of upside potential. Big short put selling. VIX is dropping hard. Apple's still look good. My weeklies are printing, thanks to you. I think so. I'm also long Apple. Yeah, looks fine. It got out above like 2250 today, right? Yeah, 25's like a little bit of resistance, but if it starts pushing through 25, it could start to squeeze out. There's quite a lot of negative delta to the upside out to like 50. So, yeah, looking better. Starting to get over the hump there, and it's now got a little bit more significant support. Still a bunch more positive gamma up to 80. Then it runs into a bit of resistance. Also, vol's probably not going to move too much on that. No, I'm still long GME. I have some theta. I'm not really worried about the short term. Ooh, nice. It's a decent little push up. Sold in the money CSPs. Nice. Hey, the beauty of those positions with GME is you can usually just roll them if things don't go your way. You're muted on Disco? Shit. Sorry about that. This is where we start to run into more significant resistance to the upside. It does look like bulls are going to try to push through and push out to 5,800, but it could fail, and there's like 3 gaps to the downside, which would be gross. I miss the days when people ask if weeklies were enough data for GME earnings. Yeah. A couple weeks ago, I like back tested my like just buy leaps when HV and IV are at like 3-month lows for GME. I mean, you could have turned like like $5,000 into like a couple mil. It's shittier now. The return's degraded over time, but now everybody had to hold for the moon. ES will probably pull back to VWAP before pushing up higher. If we start filling the downside gaps. Interesting. Not as good as it used to be. Also, the runs are like further apart and less reliable than they used to be as well, so I don't know that the multiplicative effect would be as quick anymore. Yeah, other stocks better. But predictability of GME is the benefit of it, right? That's the I mean, like we literally built like custom tools to monitor just GME. Oh, I gave up on wanting to own GameStop a long fucking time ago. But I still buy and sell options on it. I sell a lot of options on it. There's nothing wrong with selling $5 out of the money calls for 500% IV. Celsius is better than GME now. I'm actually liking selling covered calls on that. That worked out great last week. I caught the 35s like on the spike. It was fucking nice premiums. And it's like a company I don't mind holding. I think they'll grow alongside their valuations pretty well. What are your thoughts on FUBA? Maybe back to 6 by summer. I'm kind of trying to figure out if FUBA is doing the under promise over deliver thing. But possibly. I mean, you do still have to worry about dilution with the merger later down the road. And if you're not like aggressively selling CCs on it, it's probably kind of shitty to just sit on. Is this the start of the missing shoulder? Pretty close, yeah. You know, ES is almost back to VWAP now, so we'll see what happens on the VWAP test. There's still 2 more gaps to the downside to fill. Man, I fucking nailed that. Huh. You're welcome. Walmart? I actually like how Walmart and Target look. Walmart's probably the safer bet with the like more negative news surrounding Target lately, but yeah, I mean like the uptick in Gamma looks good. I don't know what its performance looks like today. I have to go look. It's down 17% over the month. It's down another 2. Oh, it rejected off of Delta Neutral? That's not great. Hold on. I need to actually look at this. Walmart looks like it's heading for, like, the technicals look like it's heading for a lower low. That was a failure of the uptrend. Maybe down to like 80 or 76. It's a weird strike. Yeah, this could slide a bit. Maybe somewhere between like 77. Yeah, I don't particularly like the way this looks. Vol's falling. Realize Vol's still super high. Yeah, this might fail its breakout. I mean, if it gets above DN, sure, but rejecting off of that's pretty bad. Yeah, I would see where the low lands. Right now it's about equivalent to the prior low. If it starts testing the local, like the local low around like 83, that's probably not a good look. It's probably gonna slide more. They also just paid out their dividend the other day, so some of that pump might have just been short covering. Yeah, this doesn't look like a great entry. I do like it a little better than Target, though. ES failed the test of you up. So back down to like 65 maybe. Gaps are filled. See what happens with the gamma flip. Bulls probably don't want IV to spike. IV moves up a decent amount on the 65 test. So short vol here. Although that failure is like not great. Could just be part of a bigger recovery. Kind of like a really shitty inverse Head and Shoulders. But bigger head, like just part of a bigger Head and Shoulders further out. Hmm. On the smirk? I'm super leery on most of the long-term stuff for the next 6 to 9 months because I do feel like we get another leg down until about August. In the meantime, I'm adding the Celsius, Google, Apple. Okay. That's reasonable. I don't know if I'd want tech exposure if I shared the same concerns, but most of my portfolio is like commodities and utilities. Or at least like long-term stuff. Nice, Keiko. I play options on tech like we are. Yeah, same. My buy-in prices for tech are probably like most people would probably consider them unreasonably low. Like I wouldn't buy Google unless it was like $80. Is Google ever going to 80? Why not? It was there not that long ago. I was bullish on it too. It was like a pickles pick. The lack of support here is gross. It seems really easy for us to slip into 60. Video is not going to 20 by Jan 26. I can see the video falling under 100, but I don't think it's going to 20. I don't think people made that much. A lot of them probably sold long before it ever got to like $600. I hope a Jimmy calls still. Oh, gross. This is not a great look. Is there any news? We're gonna have to start watching what the ECB says. S&P GR sees U.S. growth losing steam amid shifting policies. 48 counterparties taking 214 billion at the reverse repo. We should see repo start to grow into the end of the week pretty quickly. And that is going to probably be a negative for equities. NQ still hasn't tested VWAP. You buying pets here? No. Not like longer dated ones. I mean, I'm gonna straddle, but that's probably it. Damn. NQ just dropped down and tested, did a quick test at 2400. That was kind of nasty. A little bounce. $67 is kind of important here. Hmm. I see reasons to push up from 60 if we fall to it. Yeah, I agree. Even 63. Which is where we bounced. It's just not an easy climb. At least not until it gets back above like 70, 72. It's a bit of a slog. Does Riley have a shot at getting over $5 anytime within reason? So after it ran, I said if you wanna own it for a long time, you're probably in for a hell of a wait. They've literally got to rebuild the entirety of their fund and start turning over some profits. So Scott Bloomberg can't imagine how DNI isn't able to impress and put on the cabinet a sense of how careful they need to be. That's because they're billionaires. God, what a terrible day and age to be a billionaire. Life's so hard. DoorDash has buy now, pay later. They do, yeah, that's old news. I'm gonna start my own business. Nice. What are you gonna do? Berries? Various berry salads? Oh no, billionaires lost millions. Yeah, it's so tough. It's a hard life, Dega. You wouldn't understand. They're the most marginalized group. You know what it is? I think people just don't understand how much money $1 billion is. Like, the vast majority of people just can't even comprehend how much money these people have. They really need protected class status. I've seen 40 million cash. That was a lot. Yeah, that is. I don't think anyone should have more than 100 billions. Nobody should have more than $1 billion. Like, just 100% flat tax on anything over $1 billion. You can't fucking spend it. You can't spend it in your life or your children's lives. You could. You'd have to. You're not going to spend above your 10% returns a year. There are $500 million yachts out there that cost $50 million a year to operate. Well, there goes half of your fixed income. So you're even buying that and then operating it, you're still net up $50 million a year. You could use it to buy a social media company, only if you're a fucking moron. I'm sorry, was running a yacht a reason for supporting billionaires? I don't think that's the argument that was being made. It was that you could make a one-time purchase of $500 million of a yacht. Most of you guys couldn't spend the fucking. You couldn't spend the interest on $1 billion, let alone $1 billion. Women will do stuff on yachts they won't do in other places. That's not true. because of the implication. I feel like bulls aren't really fighting back hard enough here. Hmm. What time is it? 1:40. Was the auction even bad? 2.66, high yield, 3.984, 39.21% at the high. $3.987. There's no tail. I don't have $1 billion. Yeah. No, Tesla's not doing much today. Maybe $1 billion would make more sense if we explain it in the terms of Taco Bell chicken quesadillas. You will, but I hope it comes through a plan that makes you and the pickle jar all super rich, and not just hyperinflation from SPX 12K. Listen, if SPX goes to 12K, I really will be a billionaire. But it will be because of hyperinflation. If you tried to buy $1 billion worth of Taco Bell chicken quesadillas, you would consume 1/3 of America's chickens in the form of Taco Bell chicken quesadillas. Peruvian Bull's gonna gloat so hard, even though he was wrong about everything that led to it. You could just leave the sentence there. Just wrong about everything. Before or after bird flu? If you subsisted on only Taco Bell chicken quesadillas as your daily caloric intake, $1 billion will buy you 1,370 lifetimes of 4 daily dillas. That sounds about right. There's no defense for allowing money to accumulate at the top the way we do. There's no valid excuse for it. None. I could end world hunger by using the DoorDash pay overtime with $1 billion. You could just, has anyone tried to just do that now? Have you just tried to go $1 billion in debt with Klarna? And feed the world, Bob? Or if they let you, it's kind of their problem. Greed and corruption aren't an excuse. They're not a valid reason. I agree, but only if it excludes the members of the ExxonMobil board. I think they'll probably be fine. No, DoorDash actually has a cap on how much you can order. I found out the other day because I was like, I'm gonna buy a porterhouse and have it delivered to my house. And some sides. Nope. Literally couldn't buy the fucking item on the menu. I sent in a question to Gamma Strike support. I'm just wondering if you got it. I'm sure someone did. Do I look like I'm Gamma Strike support? You could ask that question now if it has nothing to do with like your account or something. But otherwise, someone will be in touch with you shortly. How much was the porterhouse? I don't know, it was like 147 or something like that. No, it wasn't A5 Wagyu. It was a big fat like dry aged porterhouse. I had plans for it. I was gonna eat some of it. And then I was gonna keep some of it for like steak and eggs or like a sandwich. I couldn't order it. They were like, you can't place an order with this restaurant for more than $125. What the fuck? You're not getting a big fat dry aged porterhouse for much cheaper, Poopy. You're definitely not getting 5 for $150. It's cooked. Restaurant. I don't know, there's just some like restaurants that have like arbitrary caps on how much you can order from them. Yeah, it's a decent deal. They're good steaks too. I think they're like Pat LaFreda. Frida. Probably because of chargebacks, maybe. But I had to, like, fucking call them and, like, walk over there and go get it myself, which is bullshit. I've been cooking a steak every weekend, trying to get better at making them. What are you doing? What are you doing wrong? All the sears are pretty foolproof. Steaks, like, legitimately, steak's like the easiest thing to fucking cook in the world. No, just fucking hot pan steak. It's so easy. Consider my question above. It was about my subscription, kind of realizing the live data package is well above my capabilities as a trader and wondering if I can downgrade. You should be able to just do that through the app. You can just go into your account and change your subscription. And it'll, like, you know, whatever's left on your prior one will go towards the downgrade. Oh, Mr. Billionaire with his hot pan. I mean, that's all you need. I'm trying to get different internal temps, rare, medium, and all that down easily. You have a thermometer? Just stick it in there until it's the temperature you want. Will it refund the original payment method, the difference? No, I think it'll just discount whatever's, it'll just roll over whatever's left into the new one. There's technically no refunds after, like, the EU limit. Yeah, you might need to take it up with customer service. Did you get like a year? Well, because I don't have his, like, account information in front of me, so I don't know enough details. On Feb 26th? I don't know if we have a way to refund that then. Probably not. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's more than like 15 days, so it's probably settled. I don't know if we could reverse it. And I'm pretty sure if you try to swap to the lower package, you'll just get fucked. Yeah, we might. Yeah, you're gonna have to get in touch with. Yeah, wait till we get back to you through customer service because we're gonna have to look at the account details and figure out what's gonna happen if on attempting to downgrade. I think it just resubs next year at a lower package. No, I don't think it does that. I gotta ask Nuke how the logic's built out for it. Yeah, we'll be in touch with you if you send an email in. We'll get it sorted out. You see those folks who were told by ChatGPT they didn't need a visa to visit Chile? And then they did? Wait, do you need a visa to visit Chile? If you need healthy proteins, fish is actually faster than a steak. You're just boiling fish? Ew. How long do you think this Arval crush will continue? Probably until we're past some of the major economic events. Because they need to crush realized vol in order to because we're gonna get a bump in implied vol. And so to stabilize things against the rise in event vol until the events are past, it's kind of beneficial here to just crush realized vol. Notice how there's like very little spread between like the 0 DT and the monthly. Ooh. NQ's trying to push up a little bit off of the support here. Not sure ES is performing as well, but maybe back to VWAP, which should still be like a $3-4 move to the upside. It's bear flagged, recovered. Yeah, it's kind of an okay spot. Why would I know what positions you have? I grew up in a house where my parents were not good at cooking. Dinner most nights were unseasoned chicken and noodles. That's terrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. I grew up in a house with like not a lot of money, but my parents were like good at making good food with no money. Like it tasted good. It wasn't necessarily very healthy, but God fucking damn it. Dude, what is with this price action? It's so weird. Just an unwillingness to sell a lot of vol, I guess. Bot puts to the upside. I guess Charm's a little bit nasty here, actually. Yeah. Two hours left. Hmm. A lot of this feels like de-risking short vol. It's starting to look a little bit less like less like trying to gain stability and more like they're just trying to get out of positions. 750, the top of the fucking bear rally would be nuts. 780. Huh. Do you have subscriber streams where people can ask questions, advice, etc.? Yeah, we do one every Sunday. But if you got a question, just ask it. We're not doing anything else right now. God damn it, Dega. You. So big buildup is happening in Diego Garcia. At least 5 USAF B2 Spirits, 7 C-17A Globe Masters. 3s have arrived over the last 3 days. Interesting. Wish we could test 60 so I could sell some puts. This is still tracking 2022 very closely. There's some similarities. Because SAS cash settled with the closing price of the 1 minute candle, which starts at 359. No, it's a balance of the last like 15 minutes, I think. I'd have to look it up. I don't remember. This whole texting a reporter war plans thing has me howling laughing every time I read more. Should I buy Metacalls? Why? Fucking Hegseth won't let me in the single group, so no idea what's going on in Diego Garcia. I was wondering how people who actually trade for a living make money options trading. Is it mostly finding setups, backtesting them, and then managing risk? What should I be focusing on learning? Well, most people who trade options don't make money. Let's start off with that. The vast majority of people are not profitable traders. It takes quite a lot of time to get to a point where you're probably proficient enough to be profitable, but despite the high barrier to entry, I would say that the majority of people who make money trading options are probably sell side, and yes, they're back testing and they're back testing various setups and strategies and focusing on how to define those setups and repeat them consistently, and then also how to manage risk and maximize profits on those setups. You should probably be paper trading, learning Greeks, learning the various option strategies, how options react to changes in the underlying. And then once you have the basics done, you probably want to look into into paper trading specific strategies. Getting to a point where you're very comfortable trading them, and then managing risk on those strategies, and after that possibly using real money if you find that you are profitable with some consistency. Let's talk about being almost profitable though. Our taxes every year is 100 pages for $1 of profit. Amazing. Now we're getting a decent bounce. A little bit of volume on this too. All it took was getting close to 60 again. Maybe this breaks the bullish consolidation. Or not. Filled the upside gap on SPX. NQ's getting a lot of volume on this bounce. Still need to get above 67 to start shaking off some of this negative gamma. But I would maybe start with reading. There, if you want, in the Discord, there's a reading list in the general chat in one of the threads. You can check that out. I'd probably start there. Familiarize yourself with the terms, strategies, and options. Well, strategies and option strategies. Time to shill OASI. But we're like making our own now with the Gamma Strike documentation. I don't know if I want to shill his book anymore. Especially if ours is going to end up being better and interactive. Hmm. Bullish consolidation and then break up. Maybe. 72 is the next level of some importance on this. Yeah. Delta flip. Do you like butterscotch? Yes. That shit's delicious. You see Gex right now? Do I know when I need to be scared of losing 60? I mean, losing 60 is kind of unlikely, I think. Can't we see your positions like in the good old days? I don't really have much on here. I'm just like trading ES. So, not doing anything super fancy. How do you feel about butterbeer? I don't like it. I know I like butterscotch, but I don't like butterbeer, and I've had it. It's kind of nasty. You know what's amazing? Butterscotch pudding. Failed again. What the fuck? Those kind of suck. Didn't even get the VWAP test. NQ still looks a little bit more bullish. A little bit of positive gamma. What time is Trump doing executive orders? Does anybody know? Yes, pushing through view up. Still a bunch of bot pits at 57.80 though. Hmm. Those need to lever up here some more. Hmm. 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 Yeah, I'm not sure this is so great. Back down to 60 again? Mm. Hmm. Any news? Senate GOP is likely to put debt ceiling in the tax bill. Russia says Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is a Russian nuclear facility. Transferring control over it to Ukraine or any other country is impossible. Trump's to meet with U.S. ambassadors at 2:45 p.m. Interesting. Support's just kind of falling away here. 60 is going to be more supportive, but we could drop all the way to 50. I don't think there's anything preventing this from continuing to fall. I'm surprised volatility is not picking up more. I guess no one wants to buy the puts here. Bit of support, maybe? Hmm. Yeah, Charm's still a little rough. Somebody sees toast. I mean, bulls need to do something. They're trying. They're trying to reverse it, but so far hasn't been very successful. They've been trying to regain the highs of the day for the last 4 hours. So it seems they just keep getting stuffed. There's like well-defended sold calls to the upside. So the bears seem pretty comfortable with their positioning. How did you even get into trading? I mean, it always kind of interested me. But I had like an old professor of mine who suggested I give it a shot, and I did. Kind of didn't like what I was doing for work at the time. I'd gotten pretty burnout on like professional finance. I bought 5 shares of BHAT this morning for the lulls when you talked about it. They're down 11% already. Congratulations, CML. Well played. No, I'm not even playing it. If I were gonna buy BHAT, it would be like after it rips 30% or something, or 100%. If it does, I would definitely chase it, not own it. Go to the 300 territory. Yeah, could. As long as like bullish interest continues to build on it. I will say I'm not like a big fan of what indexes are doing today, especially with like data tomorrow, but maybe bulls try to push higher into end of day to try to get some stability against the like the macro reports that are going to be coming out. We get a lot of like hard data this week, so kind of hard to get above 70. And gamma's flat there too, which is weird. Left a little gap to the upside at 66. You did not tell me to buy GME calls. How much richer would you be if you had GS from the get-go? I don't know. I don't even have like a 1 year performance with GS yet. So I have no idea. Hmm. Bounce on ES failed. Looks like NQ back to VWAP. Where are the masses of sold calls above us? You can see them right here. 57.75 and up. Everything above 57.75 is pretty much either sold calls or bought puts. There's a few, even there, yeah, those have kind of shifted. There's a lot of sold puts down at 40, but not too many next to spot. Do you think durable goods and GDP revision will have any actual impact on the market, or just additional data with minimal impact? I think durables has a pretty stands to have a pretty big impact. And then if Q4 growth falls below expectations in the final revision, that'll be bad also. Because that'll worsen Q1 expectations, which are already negative. I'm trying to figure out cover calls at GME since IV is high. Would the $22 cover calls be good for this Friday? If you want to sell your shares at $22. Not CCs, CSPs. Oh, I mean, there's a little bit of support at 25, so they could be defended at least. Yeah, the bulls keep getting stuffed over and over. That's why I said it looks like someone's de-risking. What is me chasing? Does BHL look like a rounded bottom breakout? No. I'm still having a hard time trying to read the bottom right chart. If I'm understanding it correctly, Ivy is being shorted at spot strike? No. That's just where Ivy's lowest. I don't think it's really... Even if it were getting shorted, it'd be kind of hard to tell. Well, it doesn't look like it's getting shorted heavily here. There's still that upside gap at 66. But yeah, I mean, they're probably selling like the 65, the 60, like everything all the way out to the 40 right now. You could look at volume if you want. Look at like volume updates. Like put volume's increasing quite a bit here. I don't think the IV's changing very much though. Yeah, I guess it went a little lower. So maybe, yeah. Hmm. Getting close to the bottom of the trend on ES. Didn't quite test it here. So there might be a little bit more room to the downside, but not very much. Looks like they're trying to reverse it again. I don't know. With vol shorting is not like sticking. Would Geos have been super good for the GME saga? If I'd known about Gamma Max during the GME saga and we had that, like, I would have made so much fucking money. I would have made so much money on Frags Day. President's live. Oh.
Out of that, and we're determined to ensure the world has America First patriots in all of our
Still do.
Charles Kushner. I'm going to France and Monaco, and I'm proud to serve under the greatest president of our country. Very proud to serve.
Thank you, Charlie.
James Blair, honored to work here in the White House as Deputy Chief of Staff. And Mr. President, I think that all of these successful people would want to go serve the United States under your leadership as a testament to your vision and leadership.
Thank you, James. I'm David Perdue. I'm going to the People's Republic of China, and it's my honor to represent President Trump, the people of America, and represent our interests and values in China.
I'm Leah Campos. I'm going to represent the President in the Dominican Republic. Mr. President, thank you for the honor to serve you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Waltz, National Security Advisor. Look forward to working with every one of you on behalf of the President, his leadership, and the American people.
John Arrigo. I am going to the Republic of Portugal, and I'm very excited to do so and serve what I consider one of my closest friends and one of the best presidents this country has ever had. Thank you.
Kevin Cabrera, nominated to be Ambassador to Panama, and it truly is an honor, President, to be part of your administration.
Thank you.
Tom Barrack, nominee to the Republic of Turkey. Delighted and honored to be with you, Mr. President, in the host country, which is one of the most ancient in civilization, is in search for your peace, prosperity, and security program. Thank you.
Good place.
Mr. President.
Good leader, too.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you.
It's an honor. I'm Pete Hoekstra, you know that, but I am going to Canada. I look forward to serving you in Canada and your agenda.
And you do a great job. Thanks, Pete.
Lon Johnson, sir. Thank you for the nomination to represent you and the United States to the United Mexican States. And I'm really encouraged by some of the conversations you've had with President Sheinbaum recently, and to the increase in support that we've seen of her government along our border on the important issues. So thank you.
Yeah,
They
Tesla can
have
still
stepped
push
it
out
up
to
a lot.
3.
Yes. Mexico and Canada, so see how it works, right?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Matt Whitaker from Des Moines, Iowa. I'm proud to, as soon as I'm confirmed, go represent you at the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Thank you.
George Glass on my way to Japan. Previous administration, I served for you in Portugal. It is a great honor to be able to do this a second time. And thank you
very
for
much.
the opportunity.
Thank you, George.
President Trump, my name is Ken Howry. I'm your nominee to be ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark, a very close partner and ally. I served for you last time for the Kingdom of Sweden. I want to thank you for the faith and placing me as your nominee to Denmark.
Thank you very much.
President Trump, thank you for the honor of a lifetime. My name is Stacy Feinberg, and hopefully I'll have the honor of serving in Luxembourg. And I think that this is the greatest presidency and the greatest time in history, and it's all because of you.
Thank you very much.
Nicole McGraw, nominated to serve in Croatia, and it's such an honor to be here with you today and to serve you and the American people.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump, thank you very much for your nomination to the Republic of Chile. And let me tell you, Border Patrol agents are so thankful for everything that you've done for them. But
That man knows more about the border than anybody. I'm going to tell you. Thank you.
President, it's a great honor. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Good
Good
luck.
afternoon, Mr. President. Brian Birch. If I'm confirmed, I'll be representing you at the Holy See. And Catholics are very proud of your work. Your team is doing an excellent job, so thank you. Very honored to serve.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you again for the honor, the greatest privilege. My name is Summer Sparkus. I will serve this great man at the Republic of Malta. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joe Popolo from Dallas, Texas. Very proud to serve you at the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the very first country to recognize the United States 250 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I'm confirmed, I will be representing you in the state of Israel. It will be an extraordinary honor, and you've done more for Israel than any president in any time of its history, and we are grateful.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
hoping
even
I'll
better
get to be there
balance
by
than the
Passover.
first one.
Thank you, Mike. And Mike is an outstanding guy. They all are. Mike, I think is going to do wonders for Israel. He actually probably gets along with both sides, and that'll be interesting to see. But the world is watching you, Mike, so good luck.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Good luck. You're going to do well. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you for this great honor to serve the Republic of Italy and San Marino.
Pushing up over 63.
I'm so looking forward to going over there and working with that great ally, and for the pleasure to serve you. Your staff has been great working with us and have done a great job, and we really appreciate them. Thank you, sir, for pushing this along.
And have a good time.
Still haven't filled that upside
A
down.
really good time.
I'm Warren Stevens from Little Rock, Arkansas, and I have the honor to represent the President and the United States in Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and to be chosen to go to such an important ally of ours.
It is.
I know, sir, and I'm looking forward to it, but thank you for the honor.
Yeah, you're going to do fantastically. These are tremendously successful people, and you two guys, and then you add on Mike. I think they have a little more money than Mike, but he's got some other advantages. He's got some other, like upstairs, he's got some big advantages.
Yeah, he does.
It's very exciting. It's really exciting to have all of you. Would you have any questions, media, for the people that you just saw? So outstanding, and I thought it would be nice to bring them before you. And so if you have any questions, please.
I wanted to ask about the talks in Saudi Arabia. It sounds like you made some progress on a Black Sea ceasefire.
Yeah.
Could you update us on that? What happens now?
So we've made a lot of progress on two fronts, on both sections that we call them sections, but they're much more than that, Russia, Ukraine, and also the Middle East, and we'll see what happens. We're in deep discussions with Russia and Ukraine, and I would say it's going well, but it's a situation we should have never had to even think about, should have never happened. And on the Middle East, that's been going on for a lot of years, centuries and centuries. It just keeps going, and we are making a lot of progress. So that's all I can report. But some very, very big talks are going, and detailed talks are going on right now on both fronts.
Mr. President, you said that your national security advisor learned a lesson after a reporter.
Excuse me, I didn't make you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, the ceasefire agreement that was brokered today allows for third-party countries to help implement the agreement. What does that look like, and who's going to be involved?
The ceasefire agreement?
Yes, the maritime ceasefire agreement between Russia and Ukraine.
Well, they're going to get together. Look, it's they agreed to something and it got broken. There's tremendous animosity. There's a lot of hatred, as you can probably tell. And it allows for people to get together, mediate it, arbitrate it, and see if we can get it stopped. And I think it will. That'll get stopped.
What countries are you looking to work with, sir, to help implement and monitor that ceasefire?
We have other countries involved, and they're involved very strongly in the process. And that'll be resolved. That's actually, as bad as it is, that's the least of the problems. So we'll get that resolved. And we are being aided by other countries too. Yes, please.
Yes.
Brian?
Tomorrow, the subcommittee on DOGE is going to review funding for NPR and PBS. Now, every Republican president has always promised to take away this money that's going to these two public news outlets. If they're successful, I know Senator Kennedy has backed it, Marjorie Taylor Greene in Congress has backed it. Would you be interested in defunding and taking away taxpayer dollars to NPR and PBS?
Well, I would love to do that. I think it's very unfair. It's been very biased for the whole group. I mean, a whole group of them. And frankly, there's plenty of, look at all the media you have right now. There's plenty of coverage.
This last hour looks cursed.
And they spend more money than any other network of its type ever conceived. So the kind of money that's being wasted, and it's a very biased view, you know that better than anybody. And I'd be honored to see it end. We're well covered. Look at all the people that we have here today. We're well covered, and we don't need it, and it's a waste of money. Especially, I don't even know what DOJ's recommendation is. I assume their recommendation is to close them up.
Well, after they hear all the testimony, I think they're going to make a decision relatively sooner than later.
Yeah.
But we'll see what that turns out.
I can't imagine that they wouldn't, because they have found so much waste, fraud, and abuse. Hundreds of billions of dollars, and just waste, fraud, abuse. You heard yesterday some of the new things that were found. 22 billion just in environment. Billion. You know, if you had 22 million, Warren, it would be nice, but 22 billion put into environmental accounts. One was 2 billion into one account, Stacey Abrams, where they had $100 in the account. And just before I came in, they put $2 billion. And you guys are looking, so you mean 2 million or maybe 200,000? No, $2 billion were put in the account. What do you think of that, Mike? Do you think that's a straight deal? 2 billion?
Just write me the check, Mr. President.
It's a horrible thing, and we have so many of those things. So they've done an incredible job, and the country wants to hear it. I think Doge is actually very popular because of what's happening. They're hearing about all of these scams and for big money, tremendous amount. And when you add it up, just hundreds of billions of dollars being wasted, and much of it's fraud. You know, we talk about waste. And it is waste and abuse, but a lot of it's fraud.
Can I follow up on something?
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I just want to follow up on that. If Planned Parenthood is defunded, would you look into the harvesting of baby organs that they've done throughout the years and maybe go after some criminal prosecution on that?
Well, I think you're talking about a subject that is a heated subject. And we'll look into it. We're going to look into everything, but that's certainly a subject that's been debated for a long time, and we will look into it. Yeah.
Mr. President,
some senators have expressed hope that the White House will support a rescission package to codify some of the DOGE cuts into law. Where does the White House stand on that? And are you making progress?
Which package?
A rescission package to codify some of the DOGE cuts into law.
Yeah, well, it would be great. I think we're going to do that. I think they're going to do it. I think we're also going to be codifying a lot of the executive orders that we've done, which have been very popular. And we're looking at one, I will tell you right now, that I think perhaps will be controversial, but not with the people, and that's sanctuary cities. We're going to end sanctuary cities for some of these jurisdictions that aren't cooperating with law enforcement. They're guarding criminals. They're taking the rights away from the citizens of this state and their city. And we're going to be ending sanctuary cities if we find it necessary to do in certain major areas. And we may just end the entire thing altogether because it's just a way of protecting criminals. And nobody else is benefited by that. And for some reason, Democrats want to keep and they want to shield criminals from being sent back to their countries or being sent to prison. And in the meantime, the crime rate has gone through the roof. Under Biden, it was through the roof. It's starting to come down, but we're taking a lot of people out of here. So we may be presenting you very shortly with an executive order ending sanctuary cities.
Later, man.
Mr. President, are you going to change any of the practices that your national security officials used after a reporter was inadvertently added to a group chat about attacks on Yemen?
Well, I think
switch to Discord. Yeah, you can go to the Discord and listen.
And I've given a few answers, and they've all been the same. We have an amazing group. Our national security now is stronger than it's ever been. We have had a very, very successful, numerous attacks on that area. These are people that shoot down ships, not only our ships, ships all over the world. They're shooting down right out of the water.
Starting to push out for the gap in 66.
Damaging them badly, or they're going down. They're also shooting anything
Vol's
that
coming
happens
down
to
a
be
little,
flying
so we're
in the
getting
area.
some vol shorting.
We hit them very, very hard.
MQ's got some volume to the upside.
There was no classified information, as I understand it. They used a app, if you want to call it an app, that a lot of people use, a lot of people in government use, a lot of people in the media use. And I think I'll ask Mike. Mike is here. Do you want to respond to that, please?
Yes, Mr. President. You asked about lessons. I think there's a lot of journalists in this city who have made big names for themselves, making up lies about this president, whether it's the Russia hoax or making up lies about Gold Star families. And this one in particular, I've never met, don't know, never communicated with, and we are looking into and reviewing how the heck he got into this room. But I'll tell you what, the world owes President Trump a favor. Under Biden, global shipping was shut down. Pinprick attacks, months between them, our destroyers being fired upon dozens of times. President Trump took decisive action with his national security team, took out the head missileer, knocked out missiles, knocked out headquarters, knocked out communication sites. And for once, as we hear, as you will all hear from every one of our allies, thank God for American leadership again. Thank God for American strength. You're welcome, and look, we had a national security team that was coordinating these efforts, as Director Radcliffe testified.
Yeah, listen,
today.
I understand
his first day on the job, he was introduced to this app on his government
feelings
at
right
the
now,
CIA
but
and at the State Department.
if you're gonna
and
trade,
otherwise. So
you still have to pay attention to this shit,
wants
whether you like it or not.
More hoaxes,
otherwise, you know,
and this kind of nonsense,
you gotta
rather than the freedom
do like Forex or a
that you're
different
enabling.
market or
And
something.
A key part of our sovereignty is open sea lanes and knocking the crap out of terrorists, which is exactly what your team and Pete Hegseth, a good friend and fellow veteran, is leading the charge on, and it's an honor.
We had a very, very successful, excuse me.
The glazing is so bad.
Evening, and
Yeah.
we've had numerous successful evenings and days in that area. The Houthis are absolutely on the run. The worst of them has been killed. This should have been done a long time ago by Biden, but
gain a
Biden
little
was an
ground here. We
incompetent
still haven't
president.
filled
He
that
couldn't do
fucking gap,
anything.
though. I'd watch
He didn't
that
know
shit.
where he was going. He had no clue. This guy had no clue. This should have been done a long time ago. As they shoot missiles at ships, randomly shoot missiles at ships, and they make their own missiles. You know, this is not an incompetent group of people. They make their own missiles. They get the missiles also from Iran. It's an offshoot of Iran, another offshoot. You have Hamas, you have Hezbollah, you have the Houthis. You got a lot of stuff going on with Iran. And we sent a letter to Iran. You're going to have to be speaking to us one way or the other pretty soon, because we can't let this happen. But that's an app that a lot of people use. and somebody got on. I mean, I happen to know the guy's a total sleazebag.
How did
The
Referral
Atlantic,
get added
the
to that
Atlantic
chapter?
is a failed magazine. Does very, very poorly. Nobody gives a damn about it. This gives it a little bit of a shot. And I will tell you this, that they've made up more stories, and they're just a failing magazine. The public understands that. He's a very good man. That man is a very good man right there that you criticize so strongly.
Did he make a mistake?
He's a very good man, and he will continue to do a good job. In addition to him, we had very good people in that meeting, and those people have done a very, very effective job, and you're going to see it. And it goes on, by the way. It's going to go on. And I think the Houthis wish that it didn't happen, but that's what it's all about. We have to create a safe country, a safe world, and that's what we're doing.
Do you think national security was put at risk, Mr. President?
Of senior officials using signal
Do I
moving
plan to
forward?
ban who?
The use of signal to communicate from senior officials.
Well, I don't know I don't know anything about Signal. I wasn't involved in this, but I just heard about it. And I hear it's used by a lot of groups. It's used by the media a lot. It's used by a lot of the military, and I think successfully. But sometimes somebody can get onto those things. That's one of the prices you pay when you're not sitting in the situation room with no phones on, which is always the best, frankly. But the best is to be there. In fact, oftentimes I've been in fact, just last week I was in the situation room with something very important, and we had a couple of people hooked up by line, and I said, cancel the line. Sorry, fellas, what you do is we'll tell you all about the meeting, because I know people do get on those lines, whether it's Signal or anything else. Yeah.
So are you going to change any procedures as a result of this?
Well, I mean, look, we look at everything, and they've made a big deal out of this because we've had 2 perfect months. We are bringing in business. We have another one announced tomorrow, a big one, very big. Like in the history of our country, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I think probably a lot of people are saying they started by saying it was the greatest first month that a president has ever had,
This is an
and I think
important
that's
test.
true. And now they say it's the best second month, and they had to find something. And this certainly will look at this, but the main thing was nothing happened. The attack was totally successful. It was, I guess, from what I understand, took place during, and it wasn't classified information. So this was not classified. Now, if it's classified information, it's probably a little bit different. But I always say you have to learn from every experience. I think it was very unfair the way they attacked Michael. He's a good person. The person that was on just happens to be a sleazebag, so maybe that's just coincidence. I don't know.
But you are going to conduct
would
an
it be a
investigation.
problem if
Mr.
the Atlantic released all the text messages if they're not classified?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to ask the military about that, because maybe you wouldn't want that. I don't know. I will say this: that from what I heard, the man that we're talking about, who's not somebody that I don't think most people have ever heard of, he left. He found it very boring, and he left early. He got off the line very early. So I can't speak to it other than that. So he's made up a lot of stories, and I think he's basically bad for the country. But it's a failing venture, very failing venture. They're very upset, and a thing like this is publicity for them. But I don't think we should allow people that are very good, like that man sitting right at the end of the table, who's done a great job. We shouldn't allow them to be hurt by it.
Mr. President,
Can I follow up on that? Can I follow up on that?
Are you saying you're okay with the?
I love that he's just like actively repressing the rights of the
I said we'll
media.
look into it, but everybody
He's like, yeah,
else
we
seems
really,
to be
media
using it.
really
Seems to
shouldn't
be
have
the
any
number one
rights
used device or app, whatever you want to call it.
if they don't agree with me.
Certainly, look, if it was up to me, everybody would be sitting in a room together. The room would have solid lead walls and a lead ceiling and a lead floor. But, life doesn't always let you do that. In the meantime, the attack itself that we were
Yeah, he doesn't
talking
remember his
about
name.
and discussing has been an unbelievable success.
But you will conduct an investigation, is what you're saying into this.
We'll look into it, sure.
Who's going to lead that investigation?
Did he just
Yeah,
describe a
would-
prison?
FBI?
I think so, yeah. I think the rest of the American people
I would
might be
ask them,
okay
it's
with
not
him
really
just
an
also
FBI
being
thing.
in
It's really
prison.
something having to do with security like will somebody be able to break in? Are people able to break into conversations? And if that's true, we're going to have to find some other form of device. And I think that's something that we may have to do. Some people like Signal very much. Other people probably don't. But we'll look into it. I think, Michael, I've asked you to immediately study that and find out. If people are able to break into a system, now in this case it wasn't that this attack was going on and nobody found out anything. And again, the person that was on,
I picked up
as
some,
I
like,
understand it, he left very early because he didn't
770s.
find it very exciting. But I think it's something you should look into.
Yes, sir, we are. We have our technical experts looking at it. We have our legal teams looking at it. And of course, we're going to keep everything as secure as possible. No one in your national security team would ever put anyone in danger. And as you said, and we've repeatedly said, the attack was phenomenal and it's ongoing. But the media wants to talk about everything else except for the hostages you're getting out of the Middle East, Iran on its back foot, sea lanes
Who the
getting
fuck is
reopened,
this guy?
peace in Europe. As we just saw today with a Black Sea ceasefire, we were just on with Steve Witkoff, myself,
lube his
our
mouth
team
up
in Saudi
before it
Arabia.
gets
They want to talk about
chapped.
all this other stuff except
He's the
for
fluffer.
your amazing successes and the successes of your team.
One of the other things, and sometimes you have to move very quickly, and there are other devices that are very good, but they are
Chief
very,
Hog
very cumbersome,
Flugger.
and you're not able to use them and, from a practical standpoint. So all we can do is find out the best we have with modern technology. They'll probably get better over the years. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, on the Black Sea, so the Kremlin has said that there are several conditions that would need to be met for this agreement to happen. This includes sanction relief for banks and some companies. Did the U.S. agree to all of those conditions that they laid out?
They will be looking at them, and we're thinking about all of them right now. There are about 5 or 6 conditions. We're looking at all of them.
Those are selling the 770, but there's still bot pits to the upside that are presenting a bit of an issue here.
That there could be a firing of even a lower mid-level official once that person is identified.
About what?
About the signal chat that we've been discussing.
We've pretty much looked into it. It's pretty simple, to be honest. It's not. It's just something that can happen. It can happen. You can even prepare for it. It can happen. Sometimes people are hooked in, and you don't know they're hooked in. They're hooked into your line, and they don't even mean bad by it. But it's not a perfect technology. There is no perfect technology. The really good ones are very cumbersome, very hard to access. And I think we're going to look at, we always want to use the best technology. This was the best technology for the moment. But again, it wasn't classified, so they probably viewed it as being something that wasn't that important. And it obviously, with the attack
Left a gap up at 66
I don't know if it's
again.
been read out to you yet, but that attack was a tremendous success for the U.S., a tremendous success.
Who said the information was not classified?
Do you think that Mike Waltz made a mistake, and does he need to apologize?
No, I don't think he should apologize. I think he's doing his best. It's equipment and technology that's not perfect, and probably he won't be using it again, at least not in the very near future. What do you think?
Yes, sir. I agree with you. Let's get everybody in the room whenever possible.
A lot of times you find out defects by exactly things like that, but I don't think it's something we're looking forward to using again. We may be forced to use it. You may be in a situation where you need speed as opposed to gross safety, and you may be forced to use it, but generally speaking, I think we probably won't be using it very much.
Mr. President, the Secretary of Defense, on that train, the Secretary of Defense, P. Hegseth, and J.D. Vance, the Vice President, said that the Europeans were freeloading. Do you agree with that assessment?
Do you really want me to answer that? Yeah, I think they've been freeloading. The European Union's been absolutely terrible to us on trade, terrible. And as you know, NATO, I got them to pay hundreds of billions of dollars. They were way behind. And if you look if you look at Ukraine, so we're in for $350 billion because of Biden. Should have never happened, this war. All these dead people should not be dead. All these broken cities that are demolished down to the ground, those gorgeous towers, the most beautiful in the world, the most beautiful spires in the world. The spires in Ukraine were said to be the most beautiful of all. Just about every one of them.
Well, everything's just flat now because the spires
are gone. It's so sad to see what's happened to a heritage. No, I think that when they say the European Union and you could say NATO also. Look, NATO, and I don't blame NATO for this. I don't blame Europe for this. I blame Biden for the fact that he didn't make them equalize. And to this day, I said to him, you got to catch up, you got to equalize. But why are they in for $100 billion and we're in for possibly $350 billion? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. And you could say more important for them because we have an ocean in between. So, you know, it's one of those things. You'll be seeing Liberation Day. I call it Liberation Day in America. You're going to be seeing it on April 2nd. Didn't want to do it on April 1st for the obvious reason, April 2nd. But you'll be seeing tariffs. And I think I've been very fair. I have them set. But I think I've been very fair to countries that have really abused us economically for many, many decades.
But
Mr.
on the
President,
same, on the same
who told
group
you that
chat.
information was not classified? Which of your national security advisors
Just
told you
following
that?
up on your comments on the economy, there is reporting that consumer confidence fell for the 4th straight month. What is your message to Americans who are concerned
Well,
about
I know
terrorism?
this, that for the first time in like 50 years, right track, wrong track, we were on the right track. And I think people see that. And if you look at prices, prices are way down. You know, when I first came here, the first time I met with you people officially, they were screaming at me about eggs. I said, I've been here for a week and I'm being yelled at about eggs. Egg prices have come down 45–50% in the last week and a half. And our Secretary of Agriculture has done a great job, as you know, Brooke. She's done a fantastic job, and others working with her have done a great job. But we brought eggs down at a level that nobody thought we could get at. I inherited that situation, and I inherited a grocery situation. The groceries went way up, an old-fashioned word, but it's a very descriptive word. Groceries have gone through the roof. And I used to campaign on it. I used to say we're going to get groceries down, and we have got it down. I watched a certain newscast over the weekend, and a congressman, Democrat congressman, said, well, Trump's done a lot, I agree. He's been great on the border, he's been great on the military, but you know, he hasn't brought prices down. That's false. Gasoline's way down. Eggs are way down. Groceries are down, very substantially, but down. Almost everything's down. Now, I'd like to see interest rates come down a little bit. And you're going to see billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars coming into
egg
our
prices
country
have
very
come
soon
down. It's
in
just
the
that
form of tariffs,
egg
because we were
sellers haven't
abused
dropped
by
prices.
presidents. And frankly, in all fairness, it wasn't their expertise, but they had no idea what they were doing.
Mr. President, you say tariffs will create more jobs here in America.
Oh,
so
yeah, sure.
which
So
states?
They spent the last
It'll create a lot of money and more jobs. But if you look,
40 years selling eggs at
gentlemen would know
essentially
about it,
the same
and
fucking
ladies,
price.
some of the ladies
And then they realized people would pay $1 per egg.
becoming ambassadors.
It's never
Great.
coming back.
Really great. Top of the line. When you look at the number of companies that have said, like we're close to, I would say close to $4 trillion. We never had numbers like that. The #1 chip maker in the world from Taiwan coming in with $200 billion. We have Apple. Look at Apple. $500 billion. $500 billion. They're going to build plants all over the United States. They were all being built in China. You have many, many companies, and maybe above all, you have the car companies coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We have Honda is opening up one of the biggest plants in the world in Indiana.
It's probably better for
and
you.
many car companies are coming in.
I don't know. Eggs are pretty good for
we
you,
have,
but still.
AI. We're leading China by a lot in AI. And we're going to keep it that way because we've made it very good for them. And we're going to protect them once they're here. We'll protect them through taxes, through incentives, and also through tariffs. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, the risk is past. Let's see if bulls actually try to pump this shit or not. 40 minutes. This thing literally gives me anxiety. Usually just makes you, like, kind of angry. But it is what it is. It's not a solution. Not unless everybody else also got angry. But, like, in the same way that I get pissed off at all willful ignorance. Half our country is not very bright. And it's actually far more than half. Idiocracy is not too far away. I think we're already there. Your investment in Gatorade before then. Is Tesla really gonna hit 300 tomorrow? Why not? You know, I could abide by a lot of it. In just, you know, the pendulum swings both ways, right? You get a progressive push, you get a conservative push. It goes back and forth. That's just the way society goes, right? Sure, like, it's not great for people. It's gonna suck. Conservatism is outdated and regressive, but I could deal with all of that if it weren't for, like, the anti-intellectualism and the propaganda and the bullshit. Denial of the hard sciences. That's just fuck that. Like, if you can't win fairly, then you just suck. Measles back in fashion, not working for you. I wish we could call them, like, Jesus pox or something, like a better name. You already are rich enough where politics doesn't matter, I assume. Are you poor? The false equivalency for ignorance to be the same level as knowledge facts is crazy. Yeah, I hate that shit. Blocking reporters because you don't like them saying bad things about you. Unbelievable. I'm gonna block them. I just plug my ears. Blocking reporters because they say Gulf of Mexico. I mean, that's just an excuse, right? But if we can't criticize our government, then it's not our government anymore. It no longer represents our interests. A little bit higher low. Kind of an inverse head and shoulders if we bounce here. Still bot puts to the upside. This don't seem to be going anywhere. And bears are selling the 770 call now. Breakout be under VWAP. That's kind of shitty. Doesn't seem like there's a scandal that can sink this admin. I mean, it definitely wasn't going to be Pete Hegseth running his mouth on Signal. We already knew all these appointees were complete fucking morons, so it's not like a surprise when they do moronic shit. Ooh, nice volume on ES. out above 72. Yep, I still need to push out above 72. I guess 70 would do it now. But 72 would be a little bit better. Probably looked like it had pretty good room out to like 200, 210. There's still a bit of negative delta above the flip point. I mean, really, in order to offset the charm, bulls probably need this above 80. There's like some... Did we drop? Ah, bitch. Hmm. Is there news? No. Bit of repositioning there. Looks like some of the delta at 70 fell off. Squeezy. Dude, this is kind of wild. Hmm. 40 minutes left, 20 minutes left. Dude, this is like FOMC volatility. What the fuck is going on? Did we miss a speech or something? Hmm. So a bunch of the short puts de-risked at 70. Still bot puts out of the money. Still a lot of bot puts at 80. I wonder if getting to positive delta is going to help bulls pressure that at all. There's the positive delta. There we go. $15 minutes left. This is gonna get spicy. I fucking love options. They're so cool. I had to make my money back from the event contracts earlier. What if all the 80s pull back? 5,800? Yay. That was fun. I don't know. Let's find out. Ooh. Ah, it's sold off. Lame. Did I fill on those at 10 cents? Okay. Almost. Although now I kind of buy the bottom of this rug. Where's it gonna go? There's still 10 minutes left. Look at that fucking wick on ES. Holy shit. I'm playing GME earnings. I have calls. I don't really care about earnings. This is a very contentious end of day. 8 minutes left. Could they squeeze the 80? Seems so crazy. I guess they could. If we get over this, it's a lot of delta shifts in the money. Last little vestige of that at 75. Speed's fucking nuts above 80. Do it. That's left. Ooh, there we go. That's fun. That's left. blow up the hedge here if they keep pushing. Hmm. Two minutes left. This would be very exciting. Hmm. Last candle. We got under 75. Bulls are probably fucked. Oh, it was so close. That would have squeezed so fucking hard. Oh, wait. 30 seconds. No. That'd be ridiculous. Okay. Ding ding. Alright. Still continuing to fail breakouts at the upper trend here. Looks like Bears mostly kept their shit together into the end of the day. They did get pushed out of like the 70 and 75 positions, but managed to hold on to their short puts at 80 and their sold calls above that. Pretty flat day. A lot of realized vol crush, which we kind of expected on an open under 75. We didn't really close much higher than that. NQ outperformed pretty dramatically. But volatility up on the day, and some of that event vol for durable goods tomorrow. We also have GDP and PCE coming in the back half of the week. That's going to continue to put a little bit of upside pressure on volatility and probably reduce the range in which we trade over the next couple of days. Because as each piece of data comes in, you know, it could make the next piece of data more important, especially if it's mixed and doesn't support current positioning. When I make 10 mil, I'll buy you a pony. Thanks. How about just 20%? Dollar down a little bit today. And yields came down as well. So we didn't get that bump and leverage that would have probably helped bulls out a lot. Commodities down, mostly due to oil, which fell throughout the majority of the day. Closed a little bit up. Silver and precious metals and copper moving up a little bit more. Still see correlation falling, so it's still a push into the dispersion trade. That's most noticeable, obviously, in tech. A little bit of a lever up there at the end of the day on the carry trade, but mostly falling throughout the day. The forward yield on volatility now down to negative 6.353. So still a lot of short vol coming in. Just not any big improvements in leverage. Move now at 9.5, probably not moving much with today's drop in yields, but should continue down as we see correlation on the 3-month fall. Skew moving up, I think we'll continue to see that out of it over the next maybe a couple of weeks as that out of the money put demand decreases, or at least into next week. Breadth picked up yesterday, but fell back again today with tech leading the pack on things. So probably not great. Health technology, some of electronic technology, consumer durables, utilities, retail, kind of falling behind on the negative consumer sentiment. Finance is doing okay, and tech services did pretty well. So a lot of this upside move, what we did get to the upside today, led by tech services. Still seeing correlation fall between VIX and VX. Cash VIX and VX, down to 90.65 from the high at around 94.31. This is still really, really elevated given how hard they've been shorting volatility. Then correlation would be breaking apart a bit more, but I'm guessing that short-term demand for long volatility still remains pretty high. The Fed fund futures are pretty much unchanged, still 1.5 rate cuts by September. And we got a little bump in the bear steepener, but not too much. And that was with a $69 billion 2-year auction today. So on the technical side, we managed to hold above the 200 MA, but I wouldn't say that this is a fantastic breakout above it. On futures, relatively low volume, kind of a shitty, grindy day. And, really kind of still struggling, even with just being over the January low at 57.73. So this might be an opportunity for bulls to move things in the overnight after a day of consolidation. But it also means that if the 200 MA fails, it could fail pretty spectacularly. Bulls are largely positioned to the upside with not a lot of support below us. And so, if price does fall or there's negative news, it could fall back pretty hard. GME miss on sales. Why is that not surprising? Are GME's earnings already out? Did you enter your IWM position? Yeah, I picked up a little bit of it today. Bird 26, pumping. Okay. So did they miss sales or did they beat? No, I haven't bought shit on Hertz yet. I'm not in any rush to do that. Edgar is empty, so we don't actually have any news. I don't really care what happens. It doesn't matter if it's pumping or not until the fucking numbers are out. Are they doing an actual earnings call? Alright, yeah, fuck that. Alright, I'm gonna go do other things with my day because I could give a shit less. I'll catch you guys later. Have a good night, everyone.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.